I'm so sick of this.
I don't know. Hey, John, what do you expect about it?
Well, you can tell
We
it,
just talk
when
about
you make the
Islam as if
conversation.
Islam is like.
I mean, look,
It's not like Tokyo. It's not like New York.
It's America, babe. 900,000 people. Can I finish what I was
it's
saying
not
or
very
not?
much.
Can I finish what I was saying? Y'all don't want to talk about how we're so progressive here, and I'm trying to explain that it's not as inclusive as it should be, and y'all are getting all triggered.
No,
I understand that.
I mean, there's no place in the world that's as
What-
progressive as the
sorry,
United
babe.
I do come off hot.
Great,
I really
great.
do
I'm not coming at you at all, babe. I don't come at women.
Oh, okay.
I hear you.
I
I'm
love
coming
it.
at these men.
But like, you know how, like, why? Like, I'm passionate.
Respond? Never. Never. You know, look, ever since we went into Iran, this is, I'm so tired of this, and yet one must soldier on in this, the perspective of some, and I will give them, I will, understandingly pat them on the head and say, yes, yes, I understand why you feel that way. But this boils down to something very simple. Muslims and Islam has been a pain in the ass since its inception on the entire world. And Andrew Jackson, one of the early presidents of our country, had to deal with the Islamic dumb fucks in his presidency when they were holding so many Europeans and Americans. They were even
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what's up, John? John, John, John. Similar to
Oh my God, look at Zen! Maybe you've heard of this guy. His name is Chris.
Listen to someone play Mozart. He has nothing to sell except the sound of the music. He doesn't want to convert you to anything. He doesn't want you to join an organization in favor of Mozart's music as opposed to, say, Beethoven's. And I approach you in the same spirit as a musician with his piano or violinist with his violin. I just want you to enjoy a point of view which I enjoy. Now then, when that's been said, and I hope it's put your minds at rest, let me give you, first of all, some simple historical information. Zen is a form of Buddhism. It originated in China about 500 AD. At about 1200 AD, it migrated to Japan, where it exists today. And it is a form, it's a way of life that has had an immense influence on the arts and on the culture, the poetry, and architecture of the Far East. It has lately become of enormous interest to many people in other parts of the world. Now, normally when one talks about Buddhism, Zen is a form of Buddhism. It is supposed that you're talking about a religion. And people are apt to classify themselves as Buddhists, as they might say, I am a Catholic, or a Methodist, or a Baptist, or an Episcopalian, or a Jew. But that is rather misleading. Buddhism is not a religion in that sense. If we want to find an equivalent to Buddhism in our society today in the West, probably the nearest thing to it is psychotherapy. When a person goes to a psychiatrist or a psychoanalyst to work out a serious personal problem, not because he's just nutty, not necessarily because he has hallucination or excessive singing in the ears with no clear physical origin, but when a person feels that his whole life is somehow disoriented and wrong, and he doesn't go to the preacher because the preacher only moralizes to him and says, my man, you should have more faith in God or something. So he goes instead to a doctor because in our day, a man with the tag of science on him has more prestige than a man who has the tag of religion. don't say I shape my bones. I don't say I grow my hair. I feel that my heart beating, my hair growing, my bone shaping is something that happens to me. And I don't know how it's done. But other things I do. And next, I feel quite surely that everything outside my body just waving my legs back and forth? No, I'm walking. And in order to speak about walking, you have to speak about the space in which I'm walking, about the floor, about the direction, left or right, in relation to what kind of room, what kind of stage, what kind of situation. Because obviously, if there isn't a ground underneath me, I can't very well walk. So the description of consciousness which the average person has is the objective of Buddhistic disciplines. The method of teaching something in Buddhism is rather different from methods of teaching which we use in the Western world. In the Western world, a good teacher is regarded as someone who makes the subject matter easy for the student. A person who explains things cleverly and clearly. So you can take a course in mathematics without tears. In the Oriental world, they have an almost exactly opposite conception, and that is that a good teacher is a person who makes you find out something for yourself. In other words, learn to swim by throwing the baby into the water. There's a story used in Zen about how a burglar taught his child to burgle. He took him one night on a burgling expedition and locked him up in a chest in the house that he was burgling and left him. And the poor little boy was all alone, locked up in the chest, and he began to think, how on earth am I going to get out? So he suddenly called out, "Fire! Fire!" And everybody began running all over the place, and they heard this shriek coming in from inside the chest, and they unlocked it, and he rushed out and shot out into the garden. And just then everybody was in hot pursuit, calling out, "Thief, thief!" And he went by a well, and he picked up a rock and dropped it in the well. And everybody thought, the poor fellow has jumped into the well and committed suicide. And he got away. He got home, and his father said, "Congratulations, you have learned the art." So do you see, William Blake once said, "A fool who persists in his folly will become wise." And so the method of teaching used by these great Eastern teachers is to make fools persist in their folly, but very rigorously and very consistently and very hard. So then, if I may now, having given you the analogy, the image, let's go to the specific situation. Supposing you want to study Buddhism under a Zen master, what will happen to you? Well, first of all, let's ask the question, why would you want to do this anyway? I can make the situation fairly universal. It might not be a Zen master that you go to. It might be a Methodist minister. It might be a Catholic priest. It might be a psychoanalyst. What's the matter with you? Why do you go? Surely the reason that we seekers is that we feel some disquiet about ourselves. Many of us want to get rid of ourselves. We can't stand ourselves. And so we watch television and go to the movies and read mystery stories.
Many of the administrations that preceded it are acting wholly outside of the Constitution. The real question is, what are you going to do about it? You know, what is your duty and responsibility in the face of a government that acts outside of the Constitution? You certainly don't have any remedy through the Congress. The Congress has already been completely humiliated. They've surrendered.
They've been compromised.
It's irrelevant whether or not they have been compromised. The fact of the matter is that they have a constitutional duty under Article 1 that they're not doing that.
That's
They
right.
are watching the executive completely violate his constitutionally limited
I agree.
authority, and they're not doing anything about it. So
I agree.
you have to admit the Constitution is a dead letter, and then if it is
I don't know about
a dead
that.
letter, what are your duties and responsibilities as a citizen who believes that the Constitution needs to be consistently and uniformly enforced?
Well, as an indigenous black Negro, as I look at it and as we look at it, as the indigenous black Negro, what we want to do is pop some popcorn
Wait, you
and
indigenous?
watch you Anglo-Saxons.
Totem Pole, you indigenous?
I'm indigenous. I am indigenous. And so what we want to do is we want to pop popcorn, pour a little butter on it, and we want to sit back, get a Pepsi Cola, or maybe even
Well,
a Heineken.
Totem Pole, let me respond to John the Baptist real quick.
Anglo-Saxons, do what you're supposed to do.
Totem Pole.
Laws is your government. Island.
I'd like to let him.
Let me respond real quick to a solution which is improbable and but pragmatic. Is really, I bought this AI wearable device, and so technically, if everybody had to wear a police body cam, it would actually, in a way, make society safer because politically, those are the most dangerous people. It's not the police that need to wear body cams; it's the politicians. So all I'm trying to say is the non-lethal way is really through organization and social media, because if you don't have freedom of speech to provide a contrarian view to a Democrat politician, that's a problem. The second biggest problem is obviously the legal industrial complex, which John the Baptist here is proclaiming. And so we need an army of conservative Republican lawyers to destroy the army of the liberal intellectual Democrat lawyers. But that's not going to happen because there's just too many of them. So, Rabboni Shalom, I give you back the mic to John the Baptist.
Like I was saying, we've got to pop some popcorn and watch you Anglo-Saxons handle your business. Now, before you stormed the Capitol, you guys got really upset and busted windows and stuff like that. What we want to see you do this time is put your president in check. As far as the indigenous Negro, well, I don't see that we have much to worry about, because the reality of it is it's our land. It's our land to begin with. We were here before any Anglos was here. We were here to begin with.
I feel like
You aren't bad.
Huh?
Who started the Capitol?
It is the Twilight Zone.
Some of the Anglo-Saxons were angry, and they stormed the Capitol last time they got upset. So what the Negroes are doing, we're just sitting back and we want to watch the Anglo-Saxons.
We're different than you guys. You guys chimp out on the street and kill each other and loot. We go and have ourselves a proper protest.
You can see I'm gonna mute anytime Dr. Peepee comes up. It's too risky.
There is something greater than ourselves. We want to get away from this ridiculous thing locked up in a bag of skin. So I have a problem. I hurt. I suffer. I'm neurotic, or whatever it is. And one goes to the teacher and say, my problem's me. Change me. Now, if you go to a Zen teacher, he'll say, well, I've nothing to teach. There is no problem. Everything's perfectly clear. You think that one over. And you say he's probably being cagey. He's testing me out to see if I really want to be his student. So I know
America is drowning in debt. $39 trillion up.
take me on. I'm a specialist.
Marshall's question towards Necro. Necro,
You know,
can you link for us the policy that Trump is
There's a double take in that saying, you see. So in the same way, anybody who goes with a spiritual problem to a Zen master defines himself as a nut. And the teacher does everything possible to make him as nutty as possible. But the teacher says quite honestly, the ultimate reality. But as you know, if you know anything about these doctrines, this doesn't mean real nothingness. Not kind of just nothing there at all, not just blank, but it means no thingness. It's the transcendental reality behind all separate and individual things, and that's something very deep and profound. So he knows that when the teacher said, I have nothing to teach, he meant this very esoteric no thing. Well, he might also say then, if you have nothing to teach, what are all these students doing around here? And the teacher says, they are not doing anything. They're just a lot of stupid people who live here. And he knows, again, you see, the stupid doesn't mean just straight stupid, but the higher stupidity of being people who are humble and don't have intellectual pride. So, finally, the student, having gone out of his way to define himself as a damn fool, in need of help, he's absolutely worked himself into this situation. He's defined himself as a nut. And then the teacher accepts him. And the teacher says, now, I'm going to ask you a question. I want to know who you are before your father and mother conceived you. That is to say, you've come to me with a problem, and you've said, I have a problem. I want to get one up on this universe. And obviously wants to get one up. I mean, who are you? Who is this thing called your ego, your soul, your I, your identity, for whom your parents provided a body? Show me that. And he says, Father, I'm from Missouri, and I don't want any words, I want to be shown. So, the student may open his mouth to make an answer, but the teacher says, not yet. You're not ready. And he takes him back and introduces him to the spirit of this revolution is not folks who live together. And the chief student says, now what we do here is so and so, we have this discipline, but the main part of the discipline is meditation.
Is anti-life.
We all sit
So we have
cross-legged.
concluded that Clubhouse is anti-life. Mom, man, what do you think?
We do that.
We lost one of our
You sit cross-legged and you learn how to breathe and be still. In other words, to do nothing. No, but you mustn't go to sleep.
Democrat forging pastors, hipsters, cool
You
chain.
have to stay wide awake,
LG.
not thinking anything, but perfectly doing nothing.
Democrat forging.
Desecrating LGBTQ flags or crossing, often facing hate.
And if you go to sleep, or if you get into a trance, or if you get dreamy, he hits you on the back, so that you'll stay quite clear and wide awake, but still doing nothing. And the idea is that out of this state of profoundly doing nothing, you will be able to tell the teacher who you really are. In other words, the question, who are you before your father and mother conceived you, is a request for an act of perfect sincerity and spontaneity. absurd and uninformed and short-sighted methods of getting rid of insect pests, of forcing our fruit and tomatoes to grow, of stripping our hills of trees, and so on and so on, thinking that all this is some kind of progress when actually it is turning everything into a junk heap. It is said, you know, that Americans who are in the forefront of technological progress are materialists. Nothing is further from the truth. So you see, if you read, for example, there's a book out here called Zen by Eugen Herigel, who studied archery. Many of you probably read this book. He had to learn to pull the bowstring in the manner of a Japanese archer and let it go, but not on purpose. He had to let it go without thinking first, I'll let it go, and then let go. He had to let it go, not on purpose. Now, that really bugged Herrick. How do you do something not on purpose? Especially if you're aiming at a target. Well, the whole point is, if you think before you shoot, it's too late. The target's moved. That's why we have a thing like beginner's luck. You see, if you simply point at something like that, if your finger was a gun, I would probably have hit the light switch. And so you get a person who's naive about a gun, pick a gun up and bam, and the thing will drop dead. I'll never forget the first time I ever used a slingshot. There's a friend of mine was with me and he was aiming away. And next thing I just picked it up and it hit. But I couldn't do it again. You get a certain naturalness there. So there was a master by the name of Ikkyu, who was a great leg puller. And he had in front of his house a very gnarled pine tree. One of those things that are torn. And he loved this kind of thing. And he put a notice up on it. He said, I, Ikkyu, will pay 100 yen, which was a fair amount of money in those days, to anyone who can see this tree straight. Well, soon, there was a whole crowd of people around that tree, lying on the ground, twisting their necks and looking at it from all sorts of angles. There's absolutely no way of seeing the tree with a straight trunk. But Ikkyu had a friend who was a priest of another sect. And the smart boy went over to see this friend and said, what about this Mr. Ikkyu's tree? Oh, said the other priest, it's perfectly simple. He said, you go and tell him the answer to seeing the tree straight is to look straight at it. So this man went over to Ikkyu and said, I claim the reward. He said, you look straight at it. And Ikkyu looked at him in a funny way and said, your idea and gave it to me. And I think you'll be talking to Rosen down the street. Now, in that way, you see, just look straight at it. In other words, here's the bowstring, let go of it. All this mental mambling, jumble-humble about
America is drowning.
let go of it, damn it. But that's very difficult. As if we say to you now, everybody, let's be unself-conscious. So, exploration, you at last learn to let go of the thing, which was what you were supposed to do all the time. And then, one innocence again as a child. This is original innocence. So, this is the meaning of the person who was asked, what do you do here in this Zen institution? He said, we eat when hungry, we sleep when tired. But he said, that's being just like everybody else. They all do that. He said, they do not. When they eat, they don't eat. But they think of all sorts of extraneous matters. And
Don't produce enough spec.
they dream all kinds of
You transcend that to the FBI, to the Secretary of War. It will take over. There's no way that America is not. I'm sorry, I know when I say this, you guys get angry, but the signs are just there. Trump is the enzyme. The enzyme that is going to lead the catastrophic process that will lead to the color if time is not taken. You're talking of elections. I don't care about elections anymore. Whether Trump made the comment today or not, the Republicans are going to lose. I mean, I don't need to talk about what Trump is saying. Everywhere you go, I'm going to buy gas at Sam's Club. I'm going to spend $62 to fill my tank. I don't need Trump to tell me he doesn't care. My pocketbook is telling me what is important. Now, I can afford it. I have a regular job. I also have a side hustle. I have a side hustle because I want to do other things, right? A lot of opportunity.
Russia hasn't taken Ukraine yet.
A lot of people
Yeah, I'm
don't
still
have
waiting
that
on that day.
opportunity.
No.
So, I'm looking at the numbers. It's going to be a shellacking for the Republicans. But the problem is that, in as much as I want
Wait, how
Republicans
cerebral? What does that mean?
Americans to go down, especially black Americans.
What is
What
that?
can I do?
Yeah, but like, how do you that just identifies that?
Because there's no maps around, so that's why we say cerebral.
Yeah, it looks very obvious because like you can hear it in his voice.
I don't see Zach in the room right now, but I can't see everyone that's in it. Yeah, Zach is right. He says I have two disabilities. Cerebral.
Yesterday, Trump spent $10 to steal Truth Social. The president of the greatest country in the world, posting like a toddler, talks like a toddler, insults people, calls people dumb. Anyway, like I said, Marshall, I hope when your eyes are clear, you'll come back to remind what I told you prior to the elections. Don't worry, everything will come to pass. My predictions, and I'm happy to say it, coming to pass. You're telling Americans that you don't care about their welfare, which is true. Trump has never really cared. He's a millionaire. Millionaires really don't care about public. So I don't know why people thought that being a billionaire is such a redeeming quality for Trump. But anyway, that's a different discussion. So Gary, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I don't want to waste so much time, but I always come to tell you, when I see topics like this, I will come to the room and remind you and reinforce you on what I told you earlier about what happened to America. It's no surprise. Let Trump continue doing what he's doing. I'll be here again to come back and tell you I told you so. Thank you very much, Ayub.
Thank you, Ian. As you were speaking, I thought about something, and that is a lot of people voted for Trump because they believe.
What I want to talk to you about this afternoon are some of the aesthetic principles underlying both Chinese and Japanese arts, deriving from these Taoistic and Buddhistic philosophies that have inspired them, and to speak about them fairly technically.
Who voted for him because they said, this guy's a successful businessman, and therefore we can trust him to run the country because he's run businesses so successfully. That was the impression that they had. So here you have a president who says, I don't care about anybody. And I think about Bill Clinton, who came up in very humble surroundings in Hope, Arkansas. His grandmother basically raised him because his mother was struggling to be a nurse. And so, pretty modest. If you look at the house, which you can see online if you want to look at it, it's not palatial by any stretch of the imagination. And what is he known for saying? And whether he felt it or not, people believed him when he said it. I feel your pain. And I'm just wondering whether we should not necessarily look at someone who is a successful businessman or who walks into the Oval Office rich necessarily as an asset, because there may be a lack of empathy. I have known many very wealthy people who are outstandingly empathetic, who give away large portions of their income or earnings, their largesse, to causes that they believe in, and sometimes not so wisely, in my opinion. But I mean, they're trying to be philanthropic, etc. in whatever way that they can, and I think that's a great thing. But I've also known, and I'm sure many people have known folks who are in the upper financial stratosphere who are just not understanding, not feeling people's pain because they've never had the pain. There are studies, and the studies should not even be necessary because it's just logical what they find. That shows that an inflationary spiral such as the one we see now, of course, affects people disproportionately who have less money then people will have expendable income. If you have the money to burn, it might frustrate you a little bit that something costs more, but you can afford it. It's not going to affect your quality of life. You're not going to cut back on your travel or your purchases, etc. It's the people further down in the economic ladder who do feel the pain. So it may not be so surprising that a president who was born into wealth might not feel folks' pain and say they don't really care about the effects of the economy on the common American. Just a thought to consider. Thank you, Odian Ware. We'll go to Monsef, followed
Can
by...
I ask you a question? I'm sorry, Gary, just a quick question.
Sure.
So, can you tell me at any point in Trump's life that he has ever been empathetic? Any points?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know the totality of his life. I don't think any of us are qualified to answer that question. I get your point. And as I was making my comments, I was trying to think of philanthropic things that Donald Trump has done, and they don't come to mind immediately, but maybe they do exist, and we just don't know about it. You know, I've known people who have donated anonymously because they actually think it's inappropriate to take credit for giving some of their extra income to different organizations and causes. I'm not talking about political causes. I'm talking about things to help people rise up from poverty or to fight diseases or protect animals, whatever it may be that floats their boat, and they do it anonymously. Because, you know, so who knows whether Trump has done that or not? I don't know. Maybe it's been reported somewhere where he's acknowledged that he's never given one penny to one organization. Maybe he's a huge supporter of the efforts of the Salvation Army or the American Red Cross that we're unaware of. Could be. So I don't think I'm qualified to answer your question. Maybe somebody else here is qualified to answer it. Monsef, followed by Dave.
I have never heard that Trump has donated any sizable amount of money to any charitable thing, and this is known by the leaks in the tax returns that we experienced in the back. In the last few years, his charitable contributions were none. So, and when he does them, it's to places where he can deduct. I mean, the only thing he did on his tax return is depreciation on his real estate, so he can lower his taxable income.
So according to Forbes, he has donated to charity, but the scale, personal nature of his donations have been subject to intense scrutiny and debate. He heavily utilized his own foundation.
That's right.
Largely funded by others to make donations. So that's not really his money. And often gave non-cash assets such as conservation easements. I don't know what that's all about. And Forbes also reports he also pledged his presidential salary to various federal departments. So I guess in that respect, there is an in-kind contribution to back to the government,
right,
but not to charity.
Yeah, and it's the same thing when you when you donate non-cash items. It's the purpose of them is to lower your taxes rather than get someone. I mean, you can lend your art collection to the New York Museum or whatever. Nothing comes out of your pocket. The government considers it a cash value as they give it a cash value, and it doesn't affect you at all, but you do get to claim a deduction on your taxes anyway. That's a known fact. With his personality, if he's given $1,000 to someone, he's going to brag about it for a whole week. But getting back to this, it's the comments today was. I mean, I was glad that he's actually honest about what everybody else is saying. We all been saying this, going to be short-term pain. He kind of was aware that it's going to be an issue, but he made it sound like there is nothing to worry about here. We're going to take a little excursion, and it's worth it. Now, for the people that elected this guy, I mean, he's on top of our military. He makes these decisions, whatever. We should be able to believe that if he's making such a big step, he's saying that no U.S. president for the last 47 years has taken this step. So is he just taking a stab at it because no one has done this before? Just so he's
Monsef, where'd you go?
different than if he has a real plan on how to deal with this crisis or war or excursion or a military operation or whatever in a successful way, planned that telling the American people like this is this is how it's gonna be. We have a plan. We have whatever. I mean, we've been hearing that it's a victory since hour number one. All we see it is consequences of the war, being way worse than what we've been told before. The little hurt has turned into what now 60 going to 70 days of issues with people in local news saying that they can't drive their cars, they have to take public transportation. There's people that only can use one car out of two cars. And you got MAGA that's saying, "Hey, the nuclear threat. It's gotta be whatever. The little pain is so mitigated." I don't think that that's the idea that we were presented for in the beginning. Can they at least come out and say, "But we were lied to in the beginning because we're not willing to go 6 months, a year with gas prices at in Florida." I mean, I paid $5.25. Unleaded was like $4.60, but anyway, $5.25. In California, it's up to $7. It's not something that the American people can live on. We hear stories that people are already don't have enough to finish the month because of all the inflationary other aspect that gas prices kind of put on the economy. Inflation numbers just came out. You read them earlier, Gary. It's not looking good. Adding more salt to the wound, you got job numbers that are not doing so well. And again, bringing people in front of the camera to tell the American people that it's not a big deal. You got Kevin Hassett, he's an advisor to the president, I guess, on the economy. And he's saying, hey, don't look at the job numbers being low as a bad thing. This is the effect, the consequence of not having about 200,000 immigrants in our economy. The fact that we don't have so many workers, now we get to count that we lost 200,000 jobs. I thought the whole story was that immigrants stole American jobs. So how come the 200,000 jobs that were lost were not replaced by Americans seeking work? But the bottom line is 200,000 jobs disappeared from the economy. 200,000 jobs that were added to GDP are not adding anything to GDP. And the idea that we're blaming everything on these scary things. Well, we're cleaned up the country from all these scary immigrants, but now we have to live with lower jobs in the economy. That's going to ruin the economy. I don't know why Steve is laughing. I think, Steve, in your condition, you're probably more going to be affected with this than me. I guarantee you. You've been making all these emojis of shit like this doesn't. And this is a problem with MAGA, really. Whatever happens, they laugh it off, because the most important thing with this president, with MAGA, and why they supported this guy, I mean, they knew he was a crook. They knew he was not good at business. They knew when he became president, he multiplied his net worth by 7. None of this matters to them. What matters to them is that they have a president out there, a leader that looks at that less than, and I was told this a long time ago by your friend Steve on this stage. I was told that my Americanism compared to his was lower, less than, because he can trace his ancestors to the Civil War. Well, I can't. I'm not less than American than Steve. I don't mean to make believe these are
This is Gary Baumgarten's room.
happened. And this is the reason why Trump is popular. Because the shit that you go to your local bar and you hear people talk about the nasty Mexicans, taking our jobs, doing, raping our women, dirtying the blood of our society. This is the fuel that lets people vote for someone like this and say to themselves that we are going to take the pain of paying higher prices, of accepting a president that lies to us all the time, of hearing something, but then I'm going to believe something else because I have such a confirmation bias that I'm gonna believe something else. He surely does not mean what he says. So this is why we hear. I gotta correct a couple of items, and then I have a beef to pick with you, Gary. Friendly beef. The talk about the economy doing so well, and then you always hear that. Look at the Dow, look at the S&P 500, look at whatever. Yes, about 62% of households own stock, but the discrepancy on how those stocks are owned makes a big difference.
I don't think I mentioned the Wall Street at all.
Oh, no, I said earlier, not you, I said the mention that when the president talks about how well the economy is doing, that he always brings up the stock market as a sign that we're great. And then people mentioned that, not everybody is invested in the stock market. Yeah, about 62% of households are, but the fact that 87% of stocks are owned by only the 10% of the population. So people might have 401ks and all that, but it's smaller 401ks usually. It's not, the people that benefit from the stock market are not typically your, $50,000 a year households. That's all. My only beef with that I'm gonna talk to you about, Gary. Last time, I always bring sources, numbers, and all that. And last time I was talking about how, I think we were talking about global trade, and I said something about labor cost is cheaper in Asia and whatever. I mentioned some numbers, and I think you were talking to Ching, and you asked her about how things are in China. And they said, oh, maybe, Mossef will just say stuff to make his point. I would never say something that is not based on real numbers, real sources, to give you wrong, information to just make my point. I've known you for a long time. I usually send you my sources. Howard knows me forever. Marshall knows me. Merrill knows me. I was never known to, this is my realm. I work in finance. I would never give you wrongful information in order to make a point, whether it's good or bad. That's all, and I think you probably don't even remember, but I just didn't like the fact that you insinuated that I was just inflating my numbers to make my point. That's my intervention.
I don't ever recall saying that, but okay, if I did, I apologize. Your point about the immigrants, it's really an important point because we are an aging population. The birth rate is down. Our life expectancy is again growing a little bit. It was down somewhat because of the crisis of the opioids, but it's starting to inch up again. And a good percentage of the elder care workforce comes from other countries. And they're finding it difficult to get into the United States. And many of them, and I'm saying this anecdotally, I don't know that there are any figures to back up what I'm about to say, are reticent to find jobs here right now with this administration. Because I know by virtue of my previous job, which put me in touch with a lot of people in other nations virtually, but put me in touch with them. I know a lot of people who have been trying their darndest from impoverished nations, but folks that have a lot of skill in health care and in elder care to come to the United States. And many of them go to other nations as well. They go to Singapore, they go to Japan, they go to the UAE, they go to Saudi Arabia, they go to the United Kingdom and Australia and Canada, but a lot of them were coming to the United States. It's not on the top of their list any longer.
It's also the sorry to interrupt you, Gary. The nursing sector is affected greatly with this, and it used to be easier to get nurses from places like the Caribbean islands, like places closer to the U.S. But it's I got a friend. His wife is she works at a hospital as a registered nurse, and she's been telling me how hard it is that the procedures now to get qualified, because we don't have enough qualified American nurses in the U.S. that are willing to to do the job. We just don't have enough. We need extra. I mean that's a given.
You can make a lot of money. You can make a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
You can make a lot of money if you don't have any roots. If you're not, if you want to be a traveling nurse, where you travel from hospital to hospital, town to town, and it's an adventure. Some people like doing that, and they'll help provide you housing and transportation, because these hospitals are in dire need of good RNs. And so there are folks that are doing that are making good money. Now they're not putting down any, they're not putting down any permanent stakes. Some of them are actually living in RVs, and some of them actually park their RVs at the hospitals. That's a part of our economy right now. You can make a lot of money, and they're paying a premium for it because there's always a shortage of nurses in the hospitals. And so there you go. It's a problem, and it's going to be a growing problem. The approach to immigration might shift again with the next president. I don't know. Some people will think that's a good thing. Some people will think it's a backtracking, though. Thank you, Monset.
Don't buy that Tesla stock yet, Gary. It's very inflated. And I forgot one point. The BYD, as much as we give the Chinese a hard time, BYD is the equivalent of Tesla, except they are the #1 sellers of electric vehicles in the world. They are all over Europe. I mean, I don't know who's here that lives in Europe or travels to Europe, but Europeans are buying BYDs way more than Teslas. Chinese are buying BYDs much more than Teslas, and the quality of these cars is unbelievable. The price is about a third to sometimes half off, and the technology is out there. They've been in Europe and whatever for several years now to prove that they are good cars. They are graded very well. So that doing like an ostrich and just putting our heads in the sand, thinking that we're the best, it's not going to work. We do have real competition, and it's time to wake up to it and be smart about it. But Tesla is very overvalued. I don't recommend anyone putting a lot of money into it unless they know what they're doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Monset. We'll go to Dave, followed by Steve.
The tightest war is about Iran war, and for Iran, for 40-some years, they planned for one thing: the Shiite Islamic anti-war. And according to this, their goal is to kill 2 billion lives, right? So that will include 350 American life. That's why every day, they get the people chant death to America. That means 350 life. That is their mission of life. So how do they going to achieve that? The most effective way, of course, is nuclear. You drop one, you kill quite significant population of American. And now it's becoming difficult because of the last couple of weeks of attack by U.S. and Israel combined. Although they spend billions in doing so, but as we understand how Trump understand life, Trump would spend 300 to 400, 500 million just to save one.
What does this have to do with the question of the room, though? Can you answer the question of the room?
I already answered the question of the room. That means we are dealing with Iranian war, and economics is nothing compared to life. And because Trump is willing to spend 300 to 500 million just to save one life, the 50 millions and the suffering of the American people about gasoline and everything is nothing compared to 350 million life that the Iranian Murad regime is willing to take. And this is plan A is to use nuclear, plan B is to close Strait of Hormuz. That means like you have money, you can't buy things. And this is all consistent with biblical end time. The method C, which is now just happening, which is to kill as many American 350 million life through pandemics. And this is today's
I don't understand that has nothing to do with the discussion in the room, Dave, and there are a lot of people waiting, so I'm going to move on to Steve, followed. Steve, followed by Merrill.
Yeah, Gary, when we talk about Trump making a statement, I don't care about the economic conditions of anybody. Well, that's in regard to any war. When FDR was involved in World War II and we had to ration gas, we had to ration all kinds of different things, there was tremendous pain put on the American people and economy. Did we say FDR was being irrational? No, of course we didn't say it's being irrational. And what Clark
No, Steve, but the key distinction is during World War II they rationed. This is totally different. My mother said this about the war in Afghanistan with Bush, that if we really wanted the American public to be linked to it, we'd have gone to a war footing and rationed up so that everybody had to bear the consequences of the action.
Also, FDR was famous for his fireside chats where he was very empathetic in the messaging to the U.S. So if you have a chance to hear some of those, it'd be worth it.
Well, I mean, I can be empathetic, but the facts on the ground are the facts on the ground. I can tell you, I hate that you're in a bind, but if you're still in a bind, you're in a bind. That doesn't change the facts on the ground, no matter how you try and wrap it in a nice little sugary fireside speech.
So you don't have a problem. You don't have so nice little sugary fireside speech, but
no.
At least the president, Steve, is being forthright with us when he says, "I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody." So that's much better. That's much better than the nice, sweet fireside.
No, I actually looked that up, and it said when he talked about that was in relationship to the negotiation with Iran about nuclear weapons. Now, the fact of the matter is, no matter how people
was asked about the pocketbook pressures faced by everyday consumers as a result of the war. And his response to that question, and then he doubled down on it later, was, quote, "I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon." So he did not sugarcoat it, I guess, and suggesting like FDR did. Shame on FDR.
Well, no, I mean, here is the reality of anything. And people are getting so convoluted in this. If you engage in any military activity, there's going to be a residual consequence to it. That is
fine, but that's not what he said. He didn't say, listen, he didn't say, you know, to throw Bill Clinton.
Do you think maybe that was aimed at the Iranian leadership that is trying to inflict economic pain?
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Ladies and gentlemen, he's telling the Iranians, we can absorb that. I don't care about the American people, so bring it on.
Well,
because as the leader of the country, what you do not want to do is be the person who offers calm and understanding and explanation to the American people. Nay. I'm with you on this, Steve. Nay.
I didn't say you articulate. What's the point of what is the Iranian strategy in closing the Strait of Hormuz? What is their strategy when they close it? The strategy is to inflict economic pain
worldwide. Bring it on, because as the President of the United States, I don't care.
No, what he's saying to them in a crude and not so artful way is that your strategy that you're employing, because you have no military answer to what we're doing, your strategy of trying to inflict economic pain to us is not going to be effective. That's what he's saying. Now, say it artfully.
So you know what? The American people just suck it up and recognize that your president doesn't care about you, but it's for a good reason, because he's sending a message to Tehran.
Well, let me ask you this. Any war that we entered into, any war, did it not have consequences to us one way or the other?
100%, but a true leader...
Because someone didn't come out and say, I don't care.
Someone? You're talking about the
commander in charge, Gary. Because FDR came out and said, I hear your pain. I know that things are going bad. Did that change the situation? My mother, she was telling me about people going out and picking up iron and sending it in. They was making sacrifices.
So when a reporter says to the President of the United States, Mr. President, what can you say to the American people about their concerns about the rising inflation and their inability to meet their financial obligations? Your answer to that question is, I don't care.
No, I didn't say that he
But that's what his answer was.
Well, Gary, let me ask you this. What if he says, I hear you, I know it's very difficult. Would that change the situation?
Nobody's suggesting that it changes the situation. What it suggests is that that your president doesn't give a damn if you have to go from 3 to 2 meals a day or 2 to 1 meals a day. He doesn't care.
Okay. If he said, I feel your pain like Bill Clinton, and he said, I'm doing everything I can and the facts on the ground didn't change.
So when Bill Clinton said, I feel your pain, or when FDR did his fireside chats, or when Winston Churchill calmed the people of the United Kingdom during World War II, that was just a waste of breath, because it didn't change anything.
Well, did it?
So you don't care if your president doesn't care?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying
is said he doesn't care, Steve, and you're saying you're being dismissive of the fact that he says he doesn't care whether Steve can put a meal on the table. You don't. That doesn't bother me.
No. What I'm saying is that whether he says I don't care, whether he says I do care, and I really empathize with your point, every war has consequence. Every war is going to inflict pain. No matter how you talk to people about that war, something is going to happen economically or something to you. Now, does that mean I don't care? No, it doesn't. But does someone saying to you, I care, and doesn't change any of the relevant facts of your life as you're living them, does that really change your situation? And here's another thing.
Oh, wait a minute, let me ask you a question that I would like you to answer honestly. I'm gonna ask you a question that I would like you to answer honestly.
I got one other thing
I want you to say it, but I want to ask you a question that I would like you to answer honestly. If, when they were putting stickers on gas pumps all across the country with pictures of Joe Biden and with the words, thanks, Joe, because the price of gasoline was going up during his administration, and if a reporter said to him, Mr. President, people are putting these stickers on gas pumps all across the nation, clearly they are upset that they have to pay so much. Or if the President of the United States were to be asked, Mr. Biden, people feel that their individual rights are being impeded by being told that they have to stay 6 feet apart from one another, wear masks, and get jabbed, and they feel that their freedoms are being taken away from them. And if Joe Biden had said, I don't care, what would your response be the same? Well, I don't know why anybody's complaining about Biden saying that he doesn't care, because it doesn't change the situation on the ground. So shut up with your criticism of Joe Biden.
No, you're comparing apples and oranges.
Am I?
Yeah, hold it. Actually, you are, Gary, because one is a consequence of a war with a third party actively injecting the problem into the economy. The first, in Biden's case, was a policy decision that had no external
regardless of the reason, if he had said, you know what, you're right, the gas prices are going up, you're right, it's a shame that people have to stay home and work remotely and not go to church, and the churches can't open, it's a shame, but unfortunately we have to do it. No, but instead of saying that, he said, too bad, Steve, you can't go to church. I don't care. That would have been all right with you, because that was the reality on the ground.
No.
It wouldn't change anything.
No, Gary, because the two instances you are citing are government policies dictated with no external variables.
COVID wasn't an external factor?
Pardon me?
COVID wasn't an external factor? We were under attack from China because of COVID, right?
No.
No, you don't think that?
No, COVID was a pandemic, and how you handled it was not being influenced by someone in a third country.
So if it's being influenced by a war, then the president should not be empathetic. But if it's influenced by government policy, oh, by the way, the war is government policy. The war is government policy. He made a decision. I'm not arguing against the decision. He made a decision to go to war with Iran. So that's a government policy. Iran didn't attack us.
What it sounds like to me is that we have a bunch of people that think you can engage in something like this with all the variables involved, and if there's going to be some kind of pain, they don't think it's reasonable.
You know what it says to me, Steve? What it says to me is, I'll tell you exactly what it says to me. When conservatives are complaining about having to give up certain things because of the COVID situation, they're standing up for their rights as American citizens, and they're waving the American flag, and they're the true patriots. When liberals complain about the costs that are a result of a conservative president's policies, they're being a bunch of little baby Karens.
I didn't say anyone was being a baby Karen. I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at all. What I did say is this. What I did say is this, and I will continue to say it. When a government in isolation makes a decision, that's one policy. When a government makes a decision and someone has the ability to blow back after that decision, and we're talking about war here, it's a different issue. Now, is Trump and how he articulated this has always been his biggest problem, is how he articulates things. He stuck his foot in his mouth. But the idea that I keep hearing over and over and over, that somehow has no consequence, and this is just something that we should not. The question you got to ask yourself is just this, plain and simple. Is Iran having a nuclear weapon and being able to possibly, with long-range weapons, inflict mass casualties all over the United States or all over Europe or whatever radius their rocket technology can reach? Is that worth going to war or not? If it is worth that, then you do it, and you know there's...
And then you tell the American people, suck it up, baby. Suck it up. You know, I'll tell you something. There's such a disparity in the way people look at things. So, when President Trump is revealed to have said, locker room talk, we understand that it's just locker room talk about grabbing women in an area where no man should grab unless it's his wife or his girlfriend with consent. It's just Trump being Trump. That's just the way Trump talks. When Joe Biden pats a little child on the head, he's a pedophile.
No, I didn't. I've consistently said that Trump's biggest impediment
Can you imagine?
is his
articulation
of his position.
But you know,
I've consistently said that.
Biden had that problem, if Biden had said something about grabbing women by the short hairs, oh my God! Now, when they say, oh, that's just Biden, that's just little old Joe, that's Sleepy Joe, it's no big deal, don't worry about it, we're not going to make a big deal about it, are we?
No, well,
come on, Steve. Let's be honest about it.
Let me ask you this question, and then I'll get out of the way because there's a lot.
I'm enjoying this, Steve. I hope.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this simple question: do you believe that there was any justification for military interdiction in Iran?
That's not the topic.
It is relevant.
It's not the topic at hand. It's not the topic at hand. The topic at hand is the words. It was the president. No. That's not the topic. The topic, the question was.
All right. Yeah.
Was about the economy, and the president said, "I don't care."
Well,
are you going to claim that he didn't say that?
No, I've said over and over ad nauseum that this is his biggest impediment to effective governance. Is a bombastic articulation of points.
So that's an excuse because you've been
defending
it.
It's not an excuse.
You've been defending that. You defended it here for 15 minutes now.
No, I'm not defending it. What I'm saying, though, Gary, is if you think that you are in a knockdown drag-out with someone and they're using economics as their primary defense for their position, and if you think that they can put that kind of pressure on your economy and you're going to fold, then what are you doing? You're telling me, yeah, if you can create enough economic misery in the country, instead of using a bomb against you, I can just wait you out and then you go home and I'll get what I want.
Do you think that the president's comments change any of that? Do you think that it's suddenly in Tehran they're saying, oh, the president says he doesn't care, so we better just might as well reopen the Strait of Hormuz because it ain't working, because Trump don't care.
Okay.
You think that?
No.
Then what? Then why are you saying that?
No, I do think it'll have an impact on him. If the people in Iran doesn't think it strengthens him in negotiations. I really do.
Okay. They're not reading the papers here in the United States where everybody's complaining about the price of goods and gas. They're not aware that his approval ratings are down to 30%. They're not aware that the
Republicans... You don't think they're playing on that? You don't think that's their strategy for a long-term survivor?
But that's just been obviated by the brilliancy of the president's response to the reporter today.
Okay. Well, maybe we can find a ward where we can get into it, and nothing articulable will ever change in the country.
Nobody
None of men will ever die. Nothing will ever happen.
But that's not what he said. His response wasn't Steve's response. His response wasn't, look, it's unfortunate, but we have to get rid of their nuclear weapons, and as a result of that, somebody's got to do something, and I've decided to do something, and the prices are going up as a result of that, and I recognize that, and unfortunately, that's not what he said. He said, I don't care.
All right, but here's one thing. For
Exact quote, I don't think about anybody.
Here is one thing. For everybody that parses every single syllable that comes out of this man's mouth, the next president of the United States that gets into office, let's do the same thing.
I see. So he is being treated unfairly by the news media and by Gary by raising this issue today.
No, we just consistently parse every single syllable, and I've never seen anyone.
See, all you do is try to brush away what happened today.
And Gary, do you
brush it away? If one argument doesn't work, you come up with another one.
And Gary, you say the president was asked a second time about his words and basically said the same thing?
Almost.
So there you go. Let's not have accountability for what we say. That's okay. And let's do whataboutism, Steve. That's your right.
What I say? I've said consistently, and I continue to say, this is his biggest impediment in governance.
But people who criticize him for it, they never criticize the previous president, and they would never criticize the future president. The only president who are being parsed are Trump's.
Well, you know what? When Mayorkas was letting the country go to hell with immigration, I never heard any shit about Mayorkas consistently saying the border was under control. Everybody, I mean to a person, did not parse anything about bullshit.
I did not have sex with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. Oh, nobody parsed on that one, because that's a Democrat. Nobody said a damn thing about that.
No one said a thing about Mayorkas while he's letting the southern border just be overrun and still.
A lot of people said about it. A lot of people said about it. A lot of people came to the stage to say about it.
Well,
you can't
anyway.
say no one, and when you say no one, I only have to find one example of someone saying it, and that makes your comment inaccurate.
Well, let's find the border where
there wasn't a big drumbeat. There wasn't a big drumbeat of concern. There weren't. The mainstream media did not go and show videotapes of caravans of people coming from South America through Central America into Mexico to our border.
How many people called out his constant articulation that's under control? How many?
A lot of people did. Do you want me to research it right now and tell you? Not the Democrats, but there were a lot of people who did.
Yeah.
Your memory is failing you, buddy.
No, it ain't.
You're younger than me. Your memory shouldn't be failing you.
My memory ain't failing me. Trump has always been bombastic, and he's been a poor articulator of his positions. That's a given.
Explains everything.
No, that's a given. But the underlying facts of what's going on here have not changed, and I'll leave it there.
Well, there was strong opposition to Biden's immigration policies. That's why they came up with that bill that Marshall hates so much. There was actually bipartisan opposition to the president's immigration policies. And I will forward to you a University of Cincinnati study that actually looked into all of that. Critics from the Republican side about the open borders, and critics from the liberal side for maybe different reasons. But there was a lot of criticism. Your memory is failing you. I will send it. I will post it to the chat so everybody can see it. Meryl, followed by Daryl.
I'm going to have to personalize something for a minute. I just want to warn Steve that when he literally said, this was just literally said, about what's happening and people complaining or how other people are grasping this. And he said, and I quote, well, what this tells me is that a bunch of people, bunch of people, that is pretty dismissive. That language is extremely dismissive of people that are suffering or people that are affected. And that's where language is important. You talk about Trump, well, worst thing about him is he's bombastic. But he's bombastic, but then you always come up with a reason. You always know his motive. Whatever his motive is one that you defend. And you've got to be careful. But it jumped out at me when you said, what this says to me is a bunch of people. I don't know who the bunch of people, how you view, that tells me you view them very inappropriately. It tells me that there's not a lot of empathy there, and I don't mean to say that. I don't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm just saying you ought to take it into consideration. And I think everybody ought to take into consideration. This economy, the problems that people were having, is not new. It's not just because of the war, it added to it. We have a president who was obsessed with tariffs. He was obsessed with them. And we have farmers that are greater number of farmers than ever before that are filing bankruptcy. We have the problem with fertilizer. There were all kinds of problems. Well, Canada was able to try to work around. Well, China was able to try to work around. People don't seem to understand that this economy was that people were being affected in this economy before the war. This was just made it worse. So I do think that should be taken into consideration. And I think you should take into consideration what he says now, even. He still says, I'm going to do tariffs this, and I want to take this in Greenland. I don't think the war is not major to him. The war is a pain in the butt to him. And that's how he views it. This is interfering with his ability to do the other things that he wants to do. And let's not forget, while some people are having a problem, they can't have to carpool or there might be some church and something. This man is asking us to pay for painting the river, painting this and buying this. And oh no, guess what? That White House really isn't all donors. We are the donors. So I think that should be taken into consideration. That people that are hurting right now are looking at that and they are paying attention to that. And so that's one thing. I think that is extremely important. I would also like to point out that I began researching Donald Trump years ago on a bet with my boss. And it was when Donald Trump was starting to talk about birthers. And he was not running for president. He didn't run for president until later. And I started to research, and I was able to get one tax return I was able to get. And if you think that man was generous, I'll tell you who he was generous to. His daughter's dance school. That's it. That's who he was generous to. And regarding the billionaires, the millionaire, whatever you think he was, this great businessman, he was not viewed as a great businessman in New York. He was not. His money came from his father, the trust funds from tax evasion. He was not respected as a great real estate person. And if you ever wanted to read what the reporters on the street used to write about him, was just that it was the the old Ann Richards thing about George Bush. Born on third base, thought he hit a triple. This, in that he had no gumption, no compassion, no understanding. And so, and real estate agents, the real estate people, the billionaires then, they weren't flocking to him. They were staying away from him. And that's why he was so angry with the New York Times. And now you've got a bunch of billionaires who saw that he's been reelected, and this is where he's making his money, and this is where they're making even more money than that they need, but it's more money. So I do believe that some people ought to take into consideration what he was before, what he was in his first presidency, and by the way, the reason you didn't have immigration laws for 30 years, you couldn't put together immigration laws between the Democrats and the Republicans, is because the Republicans, they were affected by all the companies that said, we're going to lose our employees. They were getting cheap labor, and they were losing their employees. So that's just one more thing I'd like to throw into it. And I'm sorry if I don't mean to be mean about this, but he's mean. He is a mean person. And while he's telling you, buck up, everybody, he's making billions. His family is making billions. The Saudis, he's not going to the Saudis. He's not sending somebody to the Saudis to negotiate a good deal. They're getting good deals for themselves as well. And nobody makes as much money during this presidency as his corporation and his family is. And it's right out in the open. We're not calling it corrupt. We can't call it corrupt because it's right out in the open. Nobody's doing anything about it. Congress isn't doing anything about it. Congress isn't going to do anything about this war. But the thing about Trump right now is he got us into this for one reason. Don't think it was just because, maybe we're going to have a nuclear weapon that was going to affect us right away. He had advice. He had advisors who said, don't do this. Don't do this now. But what you have is a narcissist who thought, I'm going to do this and I'm going to be the hero and I'm going to be the best guy in the world, and didn't have a strategy, and we're stuck with it. And it's a shame and it's awful. But he is not, what you're really experiencing now is pardon me, I'm going to break the gold water rule, is a narcissistic fallout. He's falling out. He's failing right now. And that's why he says what he says, and he's going to go to China and he's going to come back and he said, they love him. Oh yeah, he loved me. We're doing great. That's what we get. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So with regard, thank you, Meryl, to the immigration, I'm just gonna, we're short on time, but I want to just point out this University of Cincinnati study to which I referred, and which is now already pinned in the, not pinned, but posted in the chat, which is linked above. And in it, it talks about criticism of the Biden administration. This was in 2024, and this study was published. And by the way, there's all kinds of academic background supporting the conclusions here, to which you can refer if what I'm about to read is not sufficient. It says criticism of the Biden administration's policies are widespread. This is while he was president. Some argue that Biden is being too proactive, while others argue that he is not addressing the current issues with sufficient or appropriate action. Critics on the left liken his approach to former President Trump's, while critics on the right accuse him of being excessively liberal on immigration matters. Here's something that I will refresh Steve's memory. This is what was written contemporarily. In recent news, House Republicans passed an impeachment resolution against Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas, citing that Mayorkas violated the Immigration and National Security Act and failed his duty to the public in controlling the border. But nobody said anything, nobody criticized Trump. I mean Biden. The only president to get criticism is Trump. That was the argument of the caller, and obviously that he's like forgotten things conveniently. Daryl, followed by Dr. Mitch.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to first point out When Steve left the stage, he left the room, so he's not hearing any of this. I do. It's very interesting. All of these Trump, I call them Trump whisperers, right? So, the simplest explanation tends to be the correct one, and the simplest explanation is that he meant what he said. But we get all of these whisperers who, oh no, that's not really what he meant. Because I know him, I know how he thinks, I know what he's thinking. And they don't realize that if Trump walked past them on the street, he wouldn't even look at them. And it's just so strange to me. On the economy, Merrill is right. A lot of this started, last year. Here are some facts. Last year, a record number of people in this country sold plasma, meaning people are selling blood to buy food, to pay rent, to live. I didn't know about this until about a month ago when I went down to Grand Central. I've been donating blood twice a year since 9/11. I went down to donate. I'm O negative. They sent me a letter. Hey, you come down and donate. And then they asked me if I wanted to sell some plasma. And I'm thinking to myself, what the hell are you people talking about? Like, why would I sell blood? And I went down the rabbit hole. And again, for the first time ever, a record number of people last year in this country sold plasma. We also have to look at the fact that credit card debt is something like $18 trillion, and people are using credit cards to pay rent. They're using credit cards to eat. Most people, I think it's something like 57%, are within $10 of the limit on their credit cards. If this didn't start during the war, this is something that's been coming, and this is exacerbating it. And this is only part two. If you speak to economists, we're in for a long road.
Hey, Daryl.
Yeah.
Can I bring up something that you mentioned the other week, which I thought was really relevant to this point? Can you speak to the buy now, pay later momentum too in the payment?
Yeah. Last year, a record number of people purchased their holiday gifts on these buy now, pay later programs like Afterpay, Klarna. These are basically payday loans in a sense, right? And again, like we're the news doesn't really talk about this.
I sold my soul to the company store.
There you go. And we don't have enough shacks walking into Walmart and paying off people's like Christmas plans and things like that. But again, this is really just part two. As the strait continues to be closed, you're going to start to see pressure from other nations. There was a report, I think, in Politico on maybe yesterday that the UAE is actually attacking Iran anonymously because they've already left OPEC. If the Saudis leave OPEC and we're looking at the collapse of the petrodollar, which will basically send us into a massive tailspin, we're in trouble. And again, this is only part two. Last year was part one. People are hurting.
By the way, Daryl, you neglected a very important part of the equation when you talked about people selling plasma.
Mm-hmm.
What social strata, economic strata are we talking about?
Usually the quote-unquote people at the bottom end of the
ladder. No.
Okay.
Middle class. I'm looking at an NBC News story from February that talks about the record number of people selling plasma. And the headline is, middle class Americans are selling their plasma to make ends meet. Last year, people in the United States made an estimated $4.7 billion selling their plasma. Donation centers are popping up in middle-class neighborhoods, including suburban strip malls and college towns.
Yeah. So I mean, then we get into what is actually is is middle class now what middle class was, or is middle class now upper lower class? Now, you know, but that's irrelevant. So we're in for some pain, and you know, like I think I mentioned something about Treasury reserves and liquidity swaps, and it's the highest it's been since 2008. And again, the war is the distraction to me. The war is the distraction, because people aren't talking about what they're going through. They're keeping it, they're internalizing a lot of this. It's not sustainable. I was in a room the other day, Gary, and there was a woman who said she was well off, and she basically said, let him eat cake. And I don't know if she meant to be facetious or if she was just trying to be sardonic. I have no idea. But history tells us that this is not sustainable. And when people start thinking, what else can I lose? Then society's in trouble, in a sense.
By the way, this NBC article, just for the edification of people who are wondering, the war began, I believe it was February 28th. The article was published on February the 12th. So their story, and it's a pretty extensive one, was obviously reported on even before that, but it was published on February the 12th, before the war. They were noting a record number of plasma sales.
Yeah.
So if the president were to be asked about that, why is there a record number of plasma sales among Americans, especially around middle-class Americans? Well, I don't care about that. All I care about is the nuclear weapons.
He's made $4 billion since he came into office, and yet people like, he's not in the room, but people like West Virginia Steve will continue to carry this guy's water, and he wouldn't look at Steve if he passed him on the street. And it's a phenomenon that I just don't understand.
But it is a phenomenon, and let's not lose sight of the fact, West Virginia was part of the Union. It wasn't part of the Confederacy. And West Virginia used to be a blue state. And now West Virginia is solidly red. So there's something there.
And Manchin, so West Virginia, it's about the closing of the coal mines, but Manchin lived on a yacht during, Steve, he lived on a yacht. And he's talking about how he's the best representative for the people. When Hillary, I'll wrap. When Hillary Clinton first said that people vote against their interests, I absolutely did not understand what the hell she was talking about. But I'm starting to, at some point, I just started to understand more and more what she was talking about, because to certain people, they understand who he is. They'll make excuses. They'll even say, yeah, I know he wouldn't speak to me, but it's not about that. It's about, he's not one of me, but he's against them. And it's really just about us and them in some of these people's minds. And thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Dr. Mitch, you do have time to wrap it up for us today. I know you were worried you wouldn't get an opportunity, but here.
Thank you, Gary. I've kind of been waiting patiently. A little bit of this is very, very simple, because everybody, when people are hurting, they're looking for a hero, right? And a lot of people use the comparison argument, which is kind of a false argument. Like, I like him because the other person's worse. I mean, this is the mind game, right? And the best thing that the Republicans have is a lot of Democrats, in a lot of instances, are worse. But the only question you need to ask is, are they balancing, is anybody that you care about balancing his budget? Is $6.5 or $7 trillion a year not enough for us to support America? There's this joke going around where it says, somebody says, America's so great, it's the richest country in the world. And they say, well, does everybody have food? No. Does everybody have health care? No. Do you get free education? No. What do you get? You get weaponry, right? And Trump just proposed another $500 billion to add to the $2 trillion a year deficit. The way that's made up is in a couple of ways, but primarily it's through inflation, right? Like somebody has to make up the difference. And I usually ask somebody who comes in and defends them and I ask them, can you give me the social security numbers of your grandchildren? They say, why? I said, because I'm going to take out credit cards from your grandchildren so I can buy a bomb I can drop on another country. And they'll say, are you out of your mind? I said, no, you are, because that's what you're doing. So I think we can kind of talk issue by issue, but the bottom line is poverty is a form of violence, in my opinion, and it's being hoisted on us because, and we haven't even felt it yet. I heard a horrible, prognostication this morning about how the supply chains are going to be affected by, all of the refineries that have been destroyed, and how the output of liquid natural gas has decreased by 20%, and the cost of Brent crude and shipping. That we haven't felt it, and we're going to be in the next 60 days. We're going to be having some food crisis because of all of these issues that hasn't been factored in, let alone the inflation. So, people in the government are bickering between, this and that, but who's taking the people into account? I would argue that neither party really, they don't care about it. They're just bickering, they're trying to get headlines. Remember who Trump is, right? If you read The Art of the Deal, he's a guy that takes out loans from banks and then basically defaults on them, files Chapter 11, negotiates them, and collects, makes billions of dollars. That was his model. He's had thousands of lawsuits in New York for people he hasn't paid. We're talking working class folks. He's an interesting guy, and that bleeding over, I think at the time he was elected, he made a lot of promises, things like balancing the budget and opening up our economy and our energy reserves so we could give a peace dividend to America. And look, I think there are tremendous forces in the world, but it's almost like an idiot computer that all it wants to do is make money. It has absolutely no empathy. It's like AI with no consideration for humanity, and it just keeps going. And eventually, you run out of clients. I mean, I don't think it's a smart business model to price every single person out of the market so nobody can buy your stuff. Then what? Okay, you can live on a yacht, but so how long can you do that before you don't have somebody to take care of?
If you go out and fish, you're going to be okay.
Well, maybe if you still have fish, but I think I have to agree with several of the speakers that it's completely unsustainable. The national debt, all this stuff. Nobody's thinking fiscally responsible. It's very, very simple. The only thing on these people's minds, and if I was running for office, I'd say the only thing on my mind right now is not only balancing the budget, but making sure it's a surplus, so that we have money to spend on things. Why are they spending money on stuff that we don't have? That they have to bleed out somehow out of the raising unsustainable prices on American people. It's insane. It's mean, and it's stupid. I work in the financial sector, and I always look at things with two lenses, right? I'm also a medical examiner, right? So I look at things from a medical lens, and I look at things from an economic lens. It's completely unsustainable. And
so you're going to do the post-mortem, the economy. Listen, what you say is absolutely true. My son used to always tell me there's no difference between the Republican and the Democratic Party. And they want us to believe there's this big difference between the Republicans and the Democrats. And we hear these arguments every single day on the stage here about how the other party is a bunch of dummy heads and our party is the savior. And all of them say they're going to reduce the spending, and all of them spend like drunken sailors. And the reason they do, and I'm not just talking about the presidency, obviously I'm talking about the Congress, because they supposedly control the purse strings, is because it ain't their money. If it was their money, they would be doling it out judiciously. But it's your money and my money, so what do they care? Excellent points, Dr. Mitch. We're out of time. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 o'clock New York time until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be safe, be well, and peace out. before. Like I already mentioned it earlier. You weren't even in the room, but I said like you haven't even seen half of what America's power could do.
Harry, okay? You know how much the war cost for USA so far?
$29 billion.
$29 billion, and you know how much it costs
It's not change for us.
And you know how much it costs Iran?
It's supposed to burn like that?
270 billion.
If I do want to say, do you want to come up? Let me give it.
We're not going to use this anymore. And that was all anybody heard. Again, they were like, yeah, we're done with that one. All right. Thanks for playing.
Were the veterans from the first Desert Storm ever compensated for all the injuries that they had? I remember there was a big story about that.
Some were, I think there's still some fighting on that. Not enough of us have died out yet. Is that the burn pit, Bill? That was the burn pit and the anthrax, I think, and then a couple other. The 3M earplug one is really nice. Like they're like, oh, by the way, it didn't work, and we're all, what did he say? What did he fucking say? And you're like, no shit. Like we knew that back then. You think taking fucking marshmallows and chew your ear was gonna like protect your ear? Get the fuck out of here. I think it was ridiculous. I was just laughing at all the people that I know who tried to put in for that, who never wore ear protection ever. It's like, you weren't wearing those yellow and brown 3Ms. What are you talking about? Come on, you and I both put in for it. I bet you Derek did too. I did not, sir.
It's like my hero in Die Hard.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But if two people...
Yep, same here. Appreciate y'all service. I still have to ask this day because it's always the Marines. But what was up with them taking the fucking casings and shoving them?
Metabolic accuracy means success, and the predicted accuracy.
I once before if you had not been so arrogant, you could have returned to your homeland with a fleet of ships. Instead, you will flee Slavers Bay on foot, like the beggar queen you are.
We are here to discuss terms of surrender, not to trade insults. You and your foreign friends will abandon the great trade in the city of Mary. The unsullied will remain to be sold again to the highest bidder. The translator you stole from Krasny's monocross will remain to be sold again to the highest bidder. The dragons of the Great Pyramid will be slaughtered.
We're here to discuss your surrender, not mine.
I imagine it's difficult, adjusting to the new reality. Your reign is over.
My reign has just begun.
Brad, they call that
Thank you for the Armada. Our queen does love ships. Last time we spoke, we made a pact. You violated that pact. You declared war upon us. Though our queen does have a forgiving nature, this cannot be forgiven.
Our queen insists that one of you must die as punishment for your crimes.
It always seems a bit abstract, doesn't it?
He should die. He's not one of us. He's an outsider, lowborn. He does not speak for us.
Well, thank you.
What's on your mind?
America is drowning in...
I don't know if you're ready for that.
No.
Okay. Then yeah.
If you can say baby without showing your teeth.
The war against Iran.
Nuke them, kill them.
Wow.
Now, is it just a simple question? Are you for it? Yes. Vote yes for yes or no for now.
Yes.
But this is going too far, right? It's been going on for fucking 90 days right now. Isn't it enough? What? I'm just asking.
All right.
Okay. Well, just tell me. What is the purpose?
Control.
Thank you.
That's a good business with that. You did gamble or something.
Oh yeah.
All the bad back.
Oh yeah. And I'm about to go on a gambling spree very soon. I'm going on the. I am. It's all part of it, man. It's all part of it.
Steve, I'm curious.
Probability.
Hang on, before you, I was just curious as to what made you, Steve, think that Eastwood was a vegetarian.
I thought I read it somewhere. I thought I read it somewhere. Well, yeah. It says he focuses on low-fat, high-nutrient foods, fish, chicken, fruit. I just thought he was a vegetarian.
Well, fish and chicken might as well be vegetables.
Well, and it does say here he does not eat red meat. I didn't think he ate like chicken or fish or anything, but yeah.
So,
Oh well, I'm going gambling. Gambling's all part of the cruise vacation. Gambling, shows. Yeah, no, it's yeah. And
you're going on a cruise, Steve?
So I'm going on a cruise, and fortunately, I know how not to gamble more than I can afford to lose. And the way I look at it, if I don't lose, I win. I never expect to win, but if I don't lose, I win.
You know, once you start playing. But other than that,
yeah.
you know how much I've lost those here, like
And
I walked in a keynote, but I just want to stop and do like a little session.
Yeah, and I distinctly remember I have lost a total of $5 in Keno because I played it like once or twice, and just it doesn't do it for me. Keno doesn't do it.
Asking how much I've lost in bingo is a much bigger number because I
Ooh.
another system.
How much have you lost in bingo?
Pretty much every time I played, except when I was like
Yeah.
12 back in the old days when we used to get kids there for some of the reason.
Yeah.
Totally.
Hey, Steve. Hey.
Are you a big gambler?
Well, no, I'm definitely not a big gambler because, well, let's see, when was the last time I gambled? It was probably the last cruise I went on 4 months ago. So.
That's, yeah, we can hit him with the probability basics with the prepare for his thing. Well,
Try night. So try every night, but go ahead, yeah.
Steve, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Cruise ships are death traps.
Oh, okay.
They're germ traps. And if you go into international waters, be careful who you hang out with at the edge of the boat.
There you go. Yes,
but
yeah.
they are the hubs now of all these viruses. Like the Hans virus also broke out, in a cruise ship. And I think COVID, when it first came out, some of it came out in a cruise ship. So.
Oh yeah, cruise ships have always been petri dishes for disease, no question about it.
Cruise ship would go out and there'd be like 110 people come back. Like what?
Oh, they had one cruise ship that went out here, and they wouldn't let them come back literally for 2 months. We had this podcaster who lived in by Magic Mountain. I forgot what city, but he was doing his podcast from the ship because he was out there for 60 fucking days. They wouldn't let the ship come back in during going.
Valencia?
Valencia, thank you. Yes, yes, yes.
I wrote about it. A lot of it narrating like all the tragedies that were going on, especially
Yeah, and although they don't play it traditionally on the ship, my favorite gambling game is the dirtiest, nastiest, most disease-filled game there is, and that is poker. Because you have like 5 to 10 people sitting close around a table. They're exchanging the same chips. They're exchanging the same cards, and they're wiping their face and sneezing. It is a disgusting, filthy game, but I fucking love it.
That's your game, poker?
That is my game, poker. I've been playing poker for forever, but they don't have that type of poker on the cruise ship because it doesn't make them enough money. You know, you gotta go to a real casino for that.
That's strange. That's one of the most popular gambling games.
Yes, but it doesn't make money on a cruise ship.
Oh, sure.
It makes
sense.
And poker's really good too because the house doesn't have the advantage because the house takes a straight rake and it's publicized and there's no secrets about it because you're not playing against the house, you're playing against the other players. Yeah.
Have you ever lost a lot of money? Like, can I ask what's the most money you've lost before?
What is the most money I've lost in poker? I'm going to say, oh my goodness, I'm going to say over 30 years ago, I think I lost about $700-800. So what's $700-800 30 years ago? What is that now? Like 3, 4, 5,000 or something? Yeah, yeah. There you have it. So that's the most I've ever lost, and the most I ever won, I won a tournament. I won about 1,700 to 2,000. I won a tournament.
Nice. Yeah, I've never been a big gambler.
I love poker. One day I'll enter the World Series of poker.
We pay off our $140 trillion in debt because we're supplying the world with oil from Venezuela, U.S., and Canada. And we're supplying it, refining it, and supplying it to the world. It pays off the debt once you fuck over the economy. That's part of the Bible.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can tell you that you have not enough oil to import to the European Union.
Bullshit.
No, that is the fact. You don't have enough oil to export to Europe.
We're doing 5 million barrels a day, if not more, and we're refining.
And why Trump is holding it then? He's not letting it go. He's not letting it export it.
They said he's going to let 100-something billion.
I don't know what news channel you're listening to, but
He's letting it flow, baby. Let it flow.
He's letting 184 million or 100-something go very shortly over the next 4 months, supplying America, Europe, and all these other countries. So he's going to.
Well, the U.S. is not paid off it, but Europe is depending on it, and yeah.
So you're going to get some in the next 4 months. It's a slow trickle that he's doing, plus the refining of new oil that we're doing daily with the 5 million barrels plus. That's going out to the world because already 122.
It's not going out to the world.
But
Keeping it yourself in the U.S.
No.
Yourself is not letting it go.
122 ships, including the ones from China, have already started to come over to Venezuela and the U.S.
How much oil can one barrel hold? Does anybody know that?
They come in different sizes.
I guess I'm trying to, like, what does that equate to?
Depending on asking and
That's an AI question.
But Karina, it does appear that the United States is on the.
Sorry, it's 42 games.
The United States is on the trajectory to be the largest exporter of oil this year in the world due to the conflict in the Middle East. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am. But
So one barrel of oil makes about 22 gallons of gas.
okay, forget about all that. Okay.
Thank you.
What is the purpose? What is the purpose of Mr. Trump right now, which keep on going the conflict in Iran?
I don't think
For how long is it gonna keep on going? And what is the purpose? What is whatever
Control
it
of
is
oil.
asking? Yeah.
And they fund the terrorists.
Oil finances.
Yeah, in my opinion, and what does that stand for?
But look here.
Hold on, Karina, I'll answer your question. Hold on. The reason why is to establish that the oil will be traded in the American dollar.
Right.
That sounds like a good reason.
It already is.
The threat.
It already is. So.
The threat is of BRICS, Iran, some of these countries, Russia, trading oil and gold rather than the American dollar. Devalues our currency.
It's not trading.
They trade 30 million net Mazalito.
The Russians in Iran, they had sanctions on them. They weren't allowed.
Oil's never been traded in gold. Come on.
No, these countries that have had sanctions placed on them get blocked out of the world economic system that America is the largest influencer in. So to buy Iran's oil, they've had tons of sanctions on them. China and Russia have been purchasing it in gold. That's what they have been doing.
Okay, so whatever, you know what the gold price is doing right now, right?
It's going through the roof and turning around and go back up.
Exactly.
So a few years ago,
Saudi
Arabia was threatening to not trade their oil in the American dollar anymore too. And it's a big risk to the American economy if oil is not traded in the American dollar.
Okay, so just a random question. For how long would you like this to be going on?
As long as it takes, but it would be done by midterm.
Yeah.
All night long is fine for me.
For how long? How long can you do you know, I know what you pay for gas in the US right now. It's like almost $5.
It's starting to head down though.
Starting to head down.
It's over $5 in some.
Exactly.
Yeah, but some places have gone down a little bit the last few days.
Actually, that's a good. So for me, I've seen the highest gas prices so far from since the start of the conflict. I was hoping to catch it when it was really low today. I'm like, fuck. So that is kind of frustrating, of course. I'm assuming everybody that's an American that's on state, you guys are all seeing all-time highs for your gas. Would that be correct?
Yeah, 469.
Almost as high as
49 now.
we get there.
Almost 469.
Not all time highs.
I love 69.
Yeah,
Not high here.
I know you do.
So how far?
Who said that? Who said that?
Exactly.
I did.
So this
Yeah, no way.
You have
It's not the highest.
supplies in the US, but you see, it's still expanding. Like it doesn't
But
matter.
every spring it goes up.
So
Every
so
spring
how
it
come?
goes up
You
high.
saw the CPI today. The CPI is like 4.8.
But you know, every spring
Y'all
it
need
3.8, not 4.8, 3.8, 2.8 core. It was not 4.8.
Not the core. Okay, you're looking at the core. Okay, but the Fed is not with the Fed is not. The market's pricing like 2 rate cuts this year. That's not going to happen.
Karina, I think you
That's a lot.
You think Fed is going to cut rates?
Is everybody really stressing over like an extra $15?
I didn't know people stress about it so much that like they put it like, you know.
No, nobody's stressing.
I'm not. I just wanted to catch it a little bit cheaper, Chef. That's all.
Okay. So it's your fault.
There's other things I want to do. There's other things I want to do with money, but come on.
Yeah.
That's fine.
But also, every the price goes up, and
I know that.
another guy, it was 100.
I understand that. So yeah, it does affect everything. But if you look, the United States is in a significantly better position than just about every other country.
Absolutely.
And the long term of this. So
Yes.
we see stuff up buttercup.
Because you have a mistake going on, having war with everyone.
No, we've been doing that. We've been doing that.
That's not new.
We've been doing it long.
Let's not exaggerate.
Conflict for like 6
We are the Bin Laden of the fucking world.
Let's not exaggerate. We're not at war with everyone. Come on, give me a break.
Like the 164?
I love your bigger pockets.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, this is so funny. He just received like the War Peace announcement of Visa, and what does he does afterwards? He doesn't go on and start like 2 wars after that. It's so funny. That is so.
Dude, that's not badass, bro. I don't know what it is, dude.
American. I don't know what it is, bro.
Obama
Yeah, well,
got the peace deal before he's president.
Yeah. Dude, it's incredible the amount of power one person has.
Yes, it is.
He's literally taught me to have leverage on every fucking body I speak to.
Right.
Everybody there. I got leverage on everybody I speak to now. That's power. Shout out to Jackson.
Oh, punching pockets, doing elbows.
And he's even married.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, well, I think it's all good. It's just
Sorry, Dylan.
it's the USA.
I mean, honestly, I'm
Want to be here so much, why not join us?
Yes, I'm pissed off that I'm not an American citizen. Yeah.
Oh, you're not. I mean, we still shit in the streets out here too. But I feel like we're not third world, which I can appreciate. We
I
have.
wish I lived in the US. But it's my shit.
We're in a very weird culture right now. Everything's sensitive. Everybody's sensitive. Everyone's crying and shit, and just wanted to beat each other up over a word like gay. You know, so it's just fucking. You can say good morning out here, Karina, and someone will say pause. They think that's gay. If 2 men say good morning to each other now, someone will pause that and say it's gay. So that's America. That's where we're at, dude. Everyone's so scared of being.
No pockets, there's a difference. I acknowledge.
Are you scared to being gay in the US?
No, I'll bend anybody over. It's all pink in the middle. But pockets, I acknowledge you.
Yeah, well, now,
I never offer it. I always accept it.
Right.
Once a certain rank and status, you no longer have to be the first one to say.
Ain't nothing wrong with being a catcher, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't think, nothing wrong with it.
Any port in the storm.
My turn in the barrel, Brad? Is that what it is about?
Well, you guys wear your name on your ass, so I know who I'm doing.
I didn't even know Sam was a game. Sam just put himself out there and shit, like, hey, me too. Great. Yeah, Karina, what country are you in by chance? Where are you at?
I'm in Sweden. Where are you at?
You said you're in Sweden?
No, I'm not. I'm Swedish, but I'm living in Spain.
Oh, what the fuck would you want to live in?
What's your
I'm
favorite drink?
Swedish, but I'm living in Spain.
What's your favorite drink?
I have my finger.
What's your
My
favorite
favorite drink?
Did you say speak to?
It's a mojito.
Yeah, I got you just speak.
Oh,
I've heard things are awful in Spain. Can you tell us?
Spain?
Yeah.
What is awful over here?
That's how I'm getting.
What you heard?
We're very uneducated here and very.
I never heard about that. I can tell you, I moved from Sweden to fucking Spain because Sweden is shit. Sweden is awful and full of shit.
You know what's crazy, Karina? That we actually in the U.S. think Sweden's very nice and very cool. While
No, they're not. No.
Yeah. We're very uneducated here. We're very
Yeah,
uneducated.
it used to be like 5-6 years ago, but
What about the free healthcare in Sweden still?
Sweden is shit.
So ass, dude.
Sweden is shit.
So Spain's not being like, plagued with crime and killings and drug policy, right? That's what we
Spain
cover.
is tranquilo. Ah, por favor. Esta mañana
It's a
fiesta.
party, a big party. Hell yeah.
Sí.
Everyone's too drunk to kill each
Yeah,
other.
I love Spain. Spain is the best fucking country to be in Europe.
Wow.
It's the best country to be in Europe.
You hear that, America?
Everything is legal. And there is no shooting, no drama, no nada.
I love that because MSNBC is saying in Fox and then everyone says
You have to come and visit me.
Absolutely, girl. Absolutely, we're gonna drink some mojitos.
Sí, you and I see it.
Yeah,
Español, sí. Yeah, you want?
absolutely, I'm coming.
Let me ask you, Karina. 20% of the population in Spain legally immigrated to Spain. Are you there legally, or did you break into?
This is hypothetical. Don't answer that, cop.
Sweetheart, I'm from Sweden. I'm an EU membership of this EU country. So yes, I am legal.
Why the fuck would you ask that question? Like, you a cop?
Yeah, that is also good. Do you have any idea what the union country, the union,
I don't.
union means?
No.
No, you have no fucking clue.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that.
But it's okay, you can ask the question.
Yeah, I mean, do you deal with a lot of illegals that are there, though? That's kind of what I was saying, how awful it is.
That's why I moved out of Sweden.
20% is in.
That's why I moved out of Sweden, because in Sweden we have like illegals, criminalities, shootings, bombing, shit is happening. It's the worst country in the fucking European Union to be at.
Wow.
So I moved out from Sweden, and now I'm in Spain. I'm having my finca, my house, no nada. No shooting, no bombing, no nada.
Do you know the percentage of illegal immigrants in our country, Corinne? Do you want to take a guess? The percentage of illegals in our country?
Oh my god.
You want to take a guess? Do you want to take a guess? The percentage?
Like 40.
Okay.
Yeah, 40%.
Okay. Okay, Joe, what's the percentage of illegals in America, by chance?
I mean, I've heard upwards of 20 million.
No, it's 40.
But look, Karina, you're in safe company here. Tell us, is it really just the Muslims that are breaking into you?
Well, back in 2015, Sweden, like, we had this social community, like, growing, and it was opening its everything, and we had, like, from Syria, Afghanistan, everyone just, like, bombed Sweden back in 2015. And here we are today.
I have a question. If that's okay. Yeah. For Joe, 20% of Spain is illegal. Undocumented.
Yeah, actually, Spain's like the largest.
Yeah, because I don't know where you get that stat.
It's like the largest driver of what's going on.
In Spain? Undocumented? Or hold on, yes, I looked it up at 1.7%. Is that what? Is undocumented?
20% of the population is foreign born.
Okay, yeah, okay, hold on.
discussion of it.
It's less
And
dark.
it was, the
Okay,
idea
look
was
up
to get to the point of
Look
Muslim.
up Sweden.
And then, then the next question to ask Karina is, how bad are the in Sweden from the Muslims?
Well, what is with people Muslims? You alright?
Yeah, well, that's why I moved out of Sweden to Spain. That's why I moved out of Sweden to Spain, because the criminality and shit over in Sweden is the worst fucking country in Europe to live at.
We have real testimony here, just not a.
It used to be the safest country. Sweden used to be the safest country.
You're in the blender, Pockets.
Sorry. Am I good now?
You better.
Okay, I didn't even move. Okay.
Okay. Let me hear it.
Damn. I'm trying to look at the stats of the crime done by the Muslims in Spain. I can't.
No, in Sweden.
Oh my God, yo, Karina, I swear to God, bro, I'll never visit you.
Tell me Sweden. Look it up in Sweden.
Oh God, I'm never coming to Spain. I think it's the mojitos, girl. Stop drinking.
You know, I never felt safer ever. I'm in Spain right now. I never felt safer. When I was back in Sweden, I'm not safe.
I'll just talk over you. So I can't find any stats of crimes done by Muslims, especially rapes done by Muslims in Spain. So can you post information? I can't find any. Maybe my Google search engine is like omitting shit because it knows me or some shit. But if you can post those stats, I'd love to see them.
You just clarified it. It's
Spain is the safest country to be at.
So you can find. Oh, it's in Sweden.
Listen, Pockets. She just
Yeah,
clarified. It's awful in Sweden.
I thought your question was referring to Spain when you asked her how many immigrants are in Spain, Joe. It's the
I'm European, and I'm not. Hold on. I'm not European, and I'm not going to be the know-it-all of Europe. That's why I'm asking a European these questions.
Yeah, like you even care about Europe?
Well,
Do you like even care about Europe? You have no fucking.
I'm curious enough to hear. You can clarify for us.
Yes.
We might have this information from our news.
Okay.
From our, I am. That's what I'm genuinely asking.
Okay.
So Vincent,
Can you
where
tell
it's
me
awful,
that?
not Spain. I got it wrong.
No, you're good. I was wondering where
Sweden. Yeah, sweetheart. Yeah. Just tell me the stats on Sweden.
Yeah, I looked it up. We're looking up Sweden right now.
Thank you.
It says, okay, then let me go, girl. It says, Sweden does not publish official crime statistics by religion. So there's no reliable official number of crimes done by Muslims in Sweden. The closest official data is immigrant background, not religion. So Brown's report found that share registered suspended offenders was highest among people born in Sweden to two foreign-born parents than foreign-born people. But it also said the proportion declined from 2007 to 2015. So, I don't know what's going on. What gets that? Like, I'm really about to blow a gasket. I haven't seen your fucking die.
She can't even vote. She can't even vote in Spain. So why is she there? Like, she can't even control the government.
Are you talking about she, that me?
You.
Yeah, I cannot even vote in Spain? No.
Can you?
But I get the residential gas.
They shit.
No, but you know what? I can
So
vote.
your stats aren't good no matter where you live because you can't vote in any country you live in.
Yes, I can vote in Sweden. I can vote in Sweden if I want. We have.
Karina, what you been drinking,
Come
Karina?
on, let's get it.
Can you vote in America, Karina, at this point?
She's been drinking mojitos.
If I can marry someone, yes, I can vote.
No, you can't.
At this point,
Yes, if I marry someone, I can vote in.
You seen the movie Hangover?
No, you know who I will vote for?
You ever been to Bangkok?
our election is so fraudulent. At this point, yours probably.
That's a dead end. That's a dead end. Don't ever go there. It's a dead end.
Anyone have any Adderall?
Sweetheart, I love you.
I'm fucking losing it.
No,
You've
you're
been to
good.
Bangkok?
Keep on.
How many
You got
times
that,
a
you got that scissor slur going on.
She
Stay with me, darling.
Y'all remember that song?
Bangkok,
like 20 years ago.
Yeah, I know that.
Mr. Bangkok,
Okay, who went to Bangkok?
you did. You said you Bangkok.
I never been there. I hate Asia.
Hello?
I hate it. My God, it's loads of
Instead of banging cock, you bang pussy.
bugs and
Don't
you
let
get
big
like.
boys. I understand how to do it.
Okay. Next question. You want to talk about the hantavirus?
Why the fuck would we do that?
Yes, let's do that.
Why?
Is that gonna be the
Who
new
is Hanta?
Why?
It's just another virus.
Do you have it?
Is that gonna be the new fucking?
Do you have it?
Boat that is like
No, bro, it's not that big shit. It's not.
It's only traveled, it's only on one boat.
Yeah, well, you know, all what it started with COVID, it was also
We're
good
about to
shit.
get fucked
It
in
all
our
started
It's transmissible through
with
Clubhouse.
COVID. Are we gonna have the same fucking shit again?
It's transmissible through Clubhouse.
Until we see New York spiraling, because they got rats all over the fucking streets, we're fine. Until we see the spiraling, we're good, bro. It's coming for rats. So.
Karina, you know you can catch it on Clubhouse, right?
I'm just asking a question. Okay.
What was the question?
Yo, you say you can catch it on Clubhouse one more time.
Well, no, we already decided when we got COVID. Okay, well then
Decided what?
We decided when we got
after like 10 years, and oh my God, we're not even there. We're just like 5 years.
What the fuck? Don't do that.
I'm not ready.
Clorox
How
and
do you
IV.
decide to have COVID? Is it like one of those like infection parties?
She said look over it too.
No, we're not COVID.
Okay, well, I rest.
Gotta rest up. You get some rest. All right, that's the joke didn't land the first time. Let's let it go.
That sound very similar, Lucy. You gonna go like say
Hello. Don't make a fool of me just because I'm a European, you know.
What are you talking about? You made us. So there's really not much to hate.
Now you love
You talk about our politics, but you can't even control your own.
Yeah, Lucy and Corinna sound like literally the same.
Yes, I hate my fucking politics over here in Europe. I hate Europe.
Go ahead, Lucy.
I wish I was born American. I wish I was born American. I told you.
Yeah, but tell us why you hate it.
Because Europe is shit.
Amen to
They
that, bro.
cannot agree on anything. They cannot communicate. There are such.
You know what's crazy is that like you can look at the homicide rates. Hold on.
No, but listen, I lived
No, welcome.
in the US.
Hey, welcome.
I lived in the US for 10 years.
Yeah, but where are you from?
Sweden.
I'm from Sweden, but I still lived in the US for 10 years. And when you're little and you travel to the US and you explore everything and you live there, you go to high school, you go to college and everything, you're mentally fucking American.
Absolutely.
But you're still not an American. You're still European. You're living over here. So that's how it is.
Not gonna do cool, see?
Pick up an American accent, though. For 10 years, you should have had an American accent.
Oh my God! In Europe for the past 25 years.
Well, how old were you when you moved to America?
I was 16.
That's a
Yeah, that's like right at the edge. Either you can lose your accent or you can't. There's a good chance you can't.
I lived in Amsterdam for 20 years.
Damn.
Everything.
Yeah, Lily, my exact thought was like, okay, well, I get her.
I lived all over the fucking world.
And Spain's the best place.
If you want to be an American.
And Spain's the best place.
Yeah, America's the best
I-
place in the world.
If you want to be an American.
Exactly, Joey.
She said she loves Spain.
I went to high school and college in the U.S. I do prefer the U.S.
Let's
But
go.
I was young and I was like,
Let's fucking go,
You
man.
better come here correct. Don't be trying to fucking
no,
get
I
back
hung
and shit,
out
get back.
with Rose.
person, we welcome you with open arms.
You know, I hung out with Axl Rose before he was
Axl
even
Rose?
before he was even famous.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes
At
sense.
the Knoxville Mall when I was 16 years old.
Oh, that makes sense.
Back in 1985.
Yeah. You must have met that girl.
My God.
What the fuck?
I'm going with Axl Rose. Do you know who he is?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great.
That's awesome. Honestly, awesome. I would have loved to have met Freddie Mercury, to be honest.
Okay, well, that's my best American memory.
Hang out with Axl Rose
Did
at
you
a
have a
mall.
kid by Axl Rose?
Yes.
I heard there's a lot more. Is it true? There's a lot more rapes in Sweden now.
I looked it up. I couldn't find any.
What?
I looked it up. I couldn't find any stats about the Muslims committing rapes.
Oh, because I think it's Sweden. I like rape, but I'm just curious.
Of course you do.
Have a kid by Axl Rose?
Back up next to you, 64.
Are you jealous? Yeah, you're so jealous.
Well, I'm not Muslim, so they probably would throw me in prison forever.
I mean,
Honestly, you can't even find stats of the Muslims on it, man. They probably just look brown, they had long
I'm
hair.
Christian.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You're a Christian? No way. You would do well here.
I know.
At least you're not Catholic, you know, because my Lord.
Oh my God. I lived 10 years in Tennessee, Knoxville.
Oh my God.
Yes. Can you imagine?
No. I would never.
Yes. My favorite place to go at was like Wendy's.
Oh my God. Did you ever experience McDonald's ice cream machine being broken? Because you're not truly American. Yeah.
Well, New York, LA, that's not US either.
No, they should be different countries, 100%.
Yeah, New York and LA is. I prefer the southern part of the US.
Yeah, they're gonna become islands anyways, so don't worry.
I got your stats, alright, pockets.
I'm ready.
So
Show 'em.
this is, yeah, sources. Yeah, so sources are the SST, the SCB, and the Swedish Police Authority. Sweden leads Europe in reported rapes per 100,000, so per capita, in gang-related explosion bombings.
There you go.
Amazing, but were they done by Muslims was the question.
What the fuck?
Well,
Yeah.
you've already
The question
read that
was, were they
Sweden.
committed by
Hold
Muslims?
on. Well, you can go to Twitter. It's real simple to look in Sweden and Muslims and the crime. And there'll be reports of it. However, you already know the Sweden government is woke and doesn't report based upon their religious affiliation.
Right.
They're criminals.
I don't
So,
think the whole Twitter thing,
cover
I
it.
could also go type in Trump and Epstein and find a bunch of shit that they incriminate him as well. Don't do this. Yeah.
They're the cover up for it.
I can see that. I can see that.
Tell us to the Muslims. We gotta
We
look this here.
don't know if they're Muslims.
Was it largely Muslims that been into Sweden over the last 10 years?
Hey, we know it
Yes,
was
it
the fucking
is.
Muslims.
Yes, it is. I can't confess. Yes, it is.
Okay,
We all know, everybody knows that.
It is
Yes,
the
Muslims are a bunch of
Sweden.
fucking
The
rapists.
Muslims
Agreed.
destroyed Sweden.
Even though the illegal immigrants
And
take up 1%.
yeah.
You know that they have it. Do you know they have?
I'm not a racist, though.
You know, well, I am, but do you know that they have like a team of like ultra progressive, you know, Jewish lawyers there that probably defend them against being deported? You know, that's just how these fucking people work.
Yeah, well, welcome to my world.
One country that's doing better than all European countries right now, and that is Poland. Hey, shut your mouth.
Yeah? Do you know why Poland is doing right? Because they never, ever...
Hold on, shut up. Hold on, everybody. I'm talking to the Muslim. Hold on. Holy shit. Yeah, okay, look, dude. You want to come up here? Because you know what? If you're Islam, fuck you, fuck your prophet, fuck your religion, fuck all of you. I don't know what else to say. So if you have something, if you're offended by that, just save yourself. If you have something productive to say, then go ahead. Otherwise, I'm just gonna kick your ass out of the fucking room. You get that, you Muslim cocksucker?
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head, I I am the only begotten child of
am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with all the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and time is good. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of fire, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. invoke it. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate by my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after the indite car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I gather one top double About me, shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. Mine is the red triangle reverse this time, even of none should it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the living, mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or of the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or in the air, or a crushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and in the sign, the invocation comes. turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Stay near if I breathe. Pull me through, teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10, 9, 10, 11. I breathe in your holy calm and the storm in my head lays down like a palm. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of one sacred need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of white that I wear. By my robe I invoke Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of light and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so I have to be in the car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. By their the one double power, the voice of the Master. They will uproar. By the Lord I invoke waves of music in the song that I made alone to By the song I invoke thee. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with all the flashing of day that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet sent time if good. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the interwear. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of fire, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of music and the song that I made a whole to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, chant and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and it striketh thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 611 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sown with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimidator. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so sword. Call, triumph and conquering Lord. Horror, avenger, by the song I invoke thee. If I have this my sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 other voices. Every heart of blood. Mine is the head of the man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I know about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I know mine is the red triangle reverse this time. Even of none say the D of thee. Oh Lord, by the living. I know mine is the garment of white. Soon. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my being. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, abracadabra. Giving the sign at each and abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of a whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my being. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than a bee. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can start believing. Came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, let it go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking. touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay.
least have the conversation.
Exactly. It starts with a conversation. You notice how what you said. This is one of the things I really believe, that a lot of people go into relations, and clearly we only get what we accept. Okay. You hanging out with somebody, you guys tell me the sex is good, but this person's not good enough for you to give her your last name, or for the woman to say, I want to give you children. To me, that's a dangerous place to be, because guys, we think life is long. It's not. It's really short, guys. And why do I want to invest my life with someone that I know that I'm not going to be with, and I know they really don't want to be with me? They're just hanging out until something better comes along. And to me, that's scary.
Yeah. I could be wrong, but I really think that the only time I've seen situationships going for a long time is just from fear. Wherever the fear is, I just don't see any other reason why, if it doesn't stem from like that being the root.
That's why I was saying earlier, you'll know right away, usually. Well, sometimes. Someone was saying this, the younger you get married, potentially, the stronger you work through some of your bonds. Like, say you do go to college, but you get married, someone gets a job as a mechanic. You know the struggles. They'll move from here to there to there. Like, you'll learn and you'll grow through each of those things, and you'll see successful people adapt as they change careers. Because if you don't do it together, it's tough, because you might be set in your ways, you're in your 30s, you're ready to settle down, but you should have probably already settled down and got married, and maybe had a kid, maybe not. It just depends on your situation. But by the time you settle down, you would have had a future, and you could change jobs, you could change where you live, you might sell one house to move. You'll learn the financial struggles together, and the more you learn together, the more you grow together, I think. The sooner.
Well, Clubhouse.
Hold on, DJ. Hold on. Do you know how many careers and opportunities I've got in life around the world because I'm married? I'm in debt care, right? I can go to meetings and have opportunities with companies. And because I'm married, they look at me a lot more serious than someone that's transient or someone that's not going to be around. They know that I have a commitment to a wife when I was younger with kids and a home. They knew I wasn't going to be some fly-by-night person. They want to commit to someone that's already made a commitment in their personal life. And I think that's why you see a lot of these guys say, hey, I'm 30, I'm 31, and I've had 6, 7, 8 different jobs. Why? Because they know that you're not serious about making commitments. And that's what I say, it's not fair. And you guys can look this up. How many men actually ask a woman to marry them in their lifetime in 2026? Google that one.
See the.
It's definitely interesting, because I think the younger or the sooner you get married, it's easier to venture onto a journey, like move house to house or apartment to another city. The younger you are, the more easier it is, and it's more adaptability, because you could be offered a job today where you're at, but then they could say, oh, he's so good, can we move him down to Tennessee?
Cool. See, let me go after you, or after DJ.
The one to go before you. Hold on, DJ, do you want to go?
Yeah, I'm just amused at all of these experts on relationships. I think people should stick to politics, quite frankly. But this is such a nuanced issue. It's cultural. I mean, there's sociological, physiological, philosophical, psychological issues. People go to residency programs and they don't want to get married until they're done, so they've done 2 residency programs and they're 35 years old. There are people who get married very young and pick jobs in retail where they could get a job doing anything in that space just about anywhere. I mean, it's just the convergence of the career and marriage is just kind of fascinating to hear this discourse. The expertise on, marriage and love. Most people probably.
It looks like Bader from
Practical reasons. It's just so interesting. I think the key element is: have you been to therapy? Have you worked on yourself? Are you open and flexible? Have you done the work to heal childhood traumas? And then when you get into a relationship, find a healthy relationship.
Alice?
Hello?
Have you guys ever seen Alistair? Hold on.
No, I've never read Aleister Crowley before.
Oh, bro.
Smart they are. Their experience is better than the lived experience of others, or it's more compelling. It's just so fascinating.
Hold on. There's a disclaimer here.
Okay.
Ed, hold on a second. We never said we were experts. You know
No,
that.
No, but I'm hearing from certain people expertise in their voices, right? And maybe they don't claim expertise. Maybe they don't claim expertise, and maybe I jumped the gun in saying that, but I think that relationships are so different. But the one thing that I think people find out is if they've worked on themselves and are more self-aware, and they don't come up from a place of judgment and criticism, they're open and flexible. C said one thing that was, I think, poignant was the flexibility is a key element. But there are so many things that drive people. There are so many careers that people can only take on roles in certain regions of the country, or the quality of life, there's so many frigging issues to consider that to kind of pigeonhole any one type of relationship or one option or avenue, it's just kind of asinine. And I think one of the other things that people are finding is, the metric here seems to be that marriage is so indicative of success in the relationship, when in fact you'll see a lot of people in dysfunctional relationships who are married for perhaps the wrong reasons and perhaps the reasons they need, whether it's financial or whatever. But love is probably lower on the list, and to be presumptuous about other people's relationships, I find interesting. That's my opinion. You can take it or leave it.
Well, so DJ, I was actually bringing this up earlier because I was avoiding really giving any. I was of the impression that when it comes to personality traits and just how very different people are, my personal opinion, just from what I heard from experts, amazing. So that from actually listening to, I've been bored and listening to psychologists and stuff, but talk about this shit, but like perhaps things that I'd say for psychological reasons, that's probably might even play the biggest part in why some relationships are healthy and some aren't. Maybe you agree. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you look, hold on one second. I think that if you look at the 12-step, if you look at recovery, for example, years ago I went to Codependence Anonymous because I came from a dysfunctional family. And what I found fascinating for people in recovery, whether they're in who's ever gone through the 12 steps, right? Again, I'm not saying that's for everybody, but what was interesting is those people were less inclined to be so hungry to be in a marriage because they worked on themselves so that they built up their self-esteem. They mitigated codependency. They were interdependent, likely, not codependent or counterdependent in their relationship and their attachment to people. And so they
they don't look at the marriage as the metric of success. And I think maybe generations ago that made sense, where dependency was largely dictated by finances in many ways. But I think the beauty of people working on themselves is that they build enough self-esteem that a relationship is a bonus, but it's not a necessity. And hey, I'm a hopeless romantic. I love being in relationships. But I also find it interesting, my siblings, and I'll land on this personal note, my siblings are both married to people very early. They're still together. I can't tell you how healthy their relationships are or aren't. One is probably healthier than the other, and one of them is probably quite in love with their partner. But, I feel like, wow, in some ways they missed out on the opportunity to learn from all the relationships that other people who weren't married early got. So the grass might be always greener, but I think that to suggest that marriage is kind of the metric, or that you have to get married, or
We never said that.
okay, maybe I missed part of that.
Question,
Go ahead.
I have a question, DJ. I just want to ask you a question. Because you actually came in and you said some things that were not quite positive, okay? And I'm using that term based on what you said. So, I come from a family of married people, okay? And my dad was married 58 years. My grandpa was married 49 years. And yet they were happy people. And yet they had happy marriages. Okay, I love when people say, well, they're together. No, guys, there are people out here that working together because, and I'm going to say this to you, DJ, how can two people walk together unless they agree? There's no outside psychologist or therapist working inside the house of two people. How much therapy you go on? You still got to go home to that person. You have to work everything out with that person. That's what people celebrate, how they work out with their person. Okay? I've never done 12 steps. So you know why? I've never taken alcohol in my life. I've never smoked a cigarette. Never done a drug. And my wife and I met each other in youth group. And you know what we're not doing? We're not trying to be dysfunctional. We're trying to be functional. And when things come up and issues come up, you know what we do, DJ? We work on them together.
And so I know that you think you have all the answers.
You
interrupt me.
Okay, hold on, DJ.
You work with dead people. You work with dead people, right?
Okay. So now you can be dead in the audience, okay? Since you want to talk like that, be dead in the audience, okay? So, guys, this is what I want everybody to hear. You can't come up here and think that just because you have an opinion, that your opinion is number one. Other people do have opinions. I'm not telling you my opinion because I'm not married to or anybody in your family. And I don't do 12 steps. I did one. Oh, yeah, I got it, DJ. Because you know what you want to do is come here and tell us that we're all wrong, we're all negative, and no, we don't have all the answers. You're correct, we don't. I don't have the answer. You know what I have the answer for? One woman who has my last name. That's it.
And
So for us to believe.
there's a reason. Now you're going to throw me down, so I'll just wait till you throw me down. But actually, I'll talk till you throw me down.
We don't want to throw you down, though.
Well, hold on. I'll bring him up. Just let Edward finish, and then I'll bring you up.
Okay. So all I'm saying is, I'm not talking against DJ or anyone else. Okay? I don't have any answers, DJ. You don't know me. You never met me in your life. You hear something, and that's how you hear it. Okay? So let's all be very careful, because I hear all of you guys talk, but you know what I never do? I never take anything you guys say personally. I don't own any of it. The message you guys all have, those are your experiences and it's so sad that when someone else has something other than what you believe, that's the sad part. Okay? I never take anything. You guys talk about all kinds of stuff, and I never take it personally. But when Mr. Edwards speaks, you think you know everything. You're being kind of sick. No, you're listening through your own lenses, and you guys need to stop that. Everyone, we're all adults, and I would like for people to be adults. You don't have to like anything, because you know why? Mr. Edwards don't pay your bills. Mr. Edwards
say I find objectionable, but that is so rare that it's fascinating to hear anyone say that. Now, maybe Edward doesn't feel that, there are different avenues to finding success in life, but most people, by and large, need outside coaching or help. They're wizards if they can come up with it on their own.
Okay, we're gonna go to some voices. Hold on. So let's open the stage up. Who else wants? DJ, are you done?
Can I just say one more? I just want to say one other thing. The other thing, though, that I do take issue with is that people are lucky if they're so goddamn well adjusted that they don't need any therapy or any outside help. Now, in the Jewish community, where we've had a lot of generational trauma, most people embrace therapy. No, I don't care how fucking successful they are, they know that that's a resource that is out there that's to be taken advantage of. Now, people like to sit here and pedestalize Jews often enough and say, why are they so fucking successful? Well, maybe one reason that they find success is because they don't think they fucking know everything. So when I come in here in the spaces and hear people project and play like they know everything, it's really off-putting. And I'll land there before I get more.
We never once said that, DJ. And I never once said anything about. Not everybody.
I think everybody just offered their opinion. I don't know. Dr. Jordan, you're coming in kind of hot tonight. Everything okay?
I am a little bit because I sense that people have this, not everyone in this room, but some people in this room have this kind of, I know better than you. Like, for example, I would never tell Bima what I think, like, someone should tell her they should get married or they should, she admitted that she may have made some mistakes, but the first
She wanted to, though.
The first,
so we were suggesting.
Thank you, Kosi. The clue to me is to kind of know your boundaries, and even if you offer to help someone, you do it in a way that is not coming from a place of, I know better than you. And maybe people didn't feel that way. That's how I took it.
Okay.
Maybe that says something about my insecurity. I'm willing to open it up, and, I'm a fucking constant work in progress.
No, I know you are, DJ.
And, that's why it drives me crazy.
You don't have to be.
I got it. I don't think. Wait, first of all, I don't think anybody here is saying they're perfect people. We are all flawed people. If you think differently, come off mic and tell me right now that you're not a flawed person.
I am not a flawed.
There we go. I was gonna say you. Okay. I don't know if we want to open up to new people. Even your name was mentioned there. I don't know if you want to clear anything up. I don't know if you want to get involved in this, but
Can
I respond? May I respond?
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
So this is quite interesting that people today believe that there's not confident people on the planet. Okay? I don't know why people actually think that there are not people winning at life and making good choices. Okay? Everybody's not crashing out in life, guys. Everybody's not choosing destructive living. That's not
into the whole situation with DJ. We have different opinions, and that's fine. Edward sent a sufficient amount of information towards that, so I'm gonna listen and then I might chime in later. Okay.
All right, the floor is open. I don't know if anybody wants to grab something they heard and run with it. Otherwise, I don't know.
Oh, I have a question for Edward.
What's that, Eva?
Did you hear what I said, Bertie, or Rima, whatever, earlier?
I said what you said, I was gonna respond to, so.
Oh, I did answer the phone, cool, see, I didn't hear what you said.
I was trying to just say, I mean, I was giving you some advice, but that's up to you to use it however you want it. I was gonna say, your future depends on you, and basically, if you, when you get older, you may want someone to take care of you, and you may want to have your own kids, and you may want to do some of those things. So at the moment, it was a different conversation I was having there before you got that phone call with you were trying to. But I said maybe you should step up and ask him, and if you're really committed to him and you really love him, and I don't know if you guys can have kids or if you ever will, and I don't know how long you've been with them, but if it's something that you really care about, maybe stepping up and trying to, because one day, like, who's going to take care of you when you get that old and then maybe in the nursing home or whatnot? We're all going to die one day. Who's going to help?
Viva, I am curious. I don't know if he's still talking or if he's roboting or if he's
To
being.
live the rest of your life. If he's not going to commit to you.
Who was speaking there? Go ahead. Who's that?
Sorry, that was me. I didn't know that
Bertie.
Lucy was still talking. It kind of went over my head. But no, I was gonna say, Vima. I guess I'm just curious. Like, let's say hypothetically, you go to him and say, "Hey, I've been thinking more, and I think I want us to be married. Can we have the conversation at some point?" And he responds to you, says, "Hey, I actually am not interested in marriage at all. I don't feel like putting on a label, and I don't feel like that we need to go through that commitment because things are good right now." What would be your response to that in that moment?
I wouldn't, at this stage, he's gone, like, no problem. But that's what I'm saying, like, that's not, and that's why I appreciate what DJ was saying, because it's just more complex than that. He's never said to me, like, will you be my wife, in those words. No, he's never said that to me.
But you told people you were married.
Right, and honestly, I mean, I don't know how much he actually does that. I don't know. This is, sometimes he'll say that to me. He says, you know, he does say that I want to be married too. He does say that. He's like, I do want to get married. He said, I just wanted you to have the best wedding, and I just want to get to a place where I can give you all that. So it's not like he's not saying that, you know.
Do you know what that?
How long have you been together, kind of, sort of? Like, have you been 5 years?
8 years.
Yeah, okay. So do you know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like someone who says, he wants to say, "Hey, I am the fastest person in the United States," but he never entered a track meet. It's like they're not willing to actually do the training and actually enter the race, but they want to claim the title.
Yeah. I didn't like that either. But he did.
What happens if you want your own kid to say, Grandma, your grandkid?
Well, I've talked to him about that too, and we've had discussions, and he said, I do want to have a family with you. And I'm saying, well, you haven't, you know, he didn't articulate that to me in the first few years of our relationship, and even him saying, like, I don't know, I asked him once early on, he said, I don't know. Now he'll say, yeah, I want to have kids with you, but, you know, right now, his job has him working. I haven't seen him for a really long time. He works out of state, so.
That man
it's
has
not-
a
it's not-
second relationship and family. I'm gonna tell you right now.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. All right, listen, I've had to tell many women this. I know men because I'm a man. If
interested to hear what people think, knowing like what's just the possible frustration, or what would you say to somebody who you actually knew is working? Like, we're gonna say that this is fact, that there is fact, that you've identified that he doesn't live a double life, he doesn't have another relationship, he is just dedicated to me, but also he's trying to create a job and a life for us to be able to be together every day in the future.
So I have a couple questions that will help me answer that question. I have like maybe 2 or 3 questions that will help me answer that. One is, what does he do for work?
He drives trucks.
Okay, so he's a driver. Okay, so that gives an excuse to why he's gone, especially if he's working like OTR and he's like, 3 weeks gone, 1 week back. So when's the last time you seen him?
August of last year.
Woo! Ain't no truck driver job keep doing the road that long.
Are you serious? Last year?
So my little brother's a truck driver.
This is too painful. Vima, you're
It
smarter.
is.
You're smarter
Can
than
I
most
finish?
people.
Me and her were having a conversation. Can we
I
finish
don't
our
care.
thing
I
before
don't
you get in?
care. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of
No, hey, listen. You go back to a CODA meeting and let us finish our conversation, because when you are done talking, me and her are talking. Give us a second and then come back in, okay, sir? Thank you. So, my little brother is
smart
a truck
enough
driver.
to know
Sir,
getting advice from
use your 12 steps and recognize when it's time to be quiet for a second. Come on now, I'm not asking for a bunch of time. Damn.
All right, we don't need to do the personal insults, though.
That wasn't a personal insult. It was me telling another
No,
guy.
you said the 12-step thing was a personal.
Yeah, you don't need. That's just.
I've been in 12 steps too, so if it was a personal attack on him, it was one on myself.
Chris,
I wasn't there for CODA, but.
Question. It sounds like Vina's consenting. It seems like she doesn't have to answer anything, obviously.
No, not at all.
Go ahead. Then get to that third question and let's get move forward. Yeah.
Well, no, I had asked the question already of, how long you been away. She said August of last year. I said that is way, I wouldn't even say out of the norm, because unless he's working out of the country, no job keeps you away for more than 3 weeks at a time. My little brother's an over-the-road truck driver himself, and he's home 1 week a month. And I also would say that if you were trying to get serious, that there are always local driving jobs, like that he could get that will pay the same that he does over the road, especially if he's an owner-operator, especially in today's climate with all these new buildings that's going up and things that need to be short-hauled. He could find something if he really wanted to. He doesn't need to be gone. That's a want, especially if it was for, half a year. That's where I'm at. And I think you should look into that and, think about, honestly think about it.
He can take you on the road. I'm a truck driver myself. Right now I'm driving a truck. He can take you on the road.
Yeah, he's offered that. Jose, he's offered that, and he's offered for me to go and go down there and pay for me to be down there, whether it's in like an apartment or an extended stay or whatever else. But I have duty here, and I can't leave right now.
So the real question is, do they have trucks where you live?
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, I'm in a state, and if you're a truck driver, I'm in a really bad state. So
What state?
But do they have trucks where you live? Where?
What state?
New York, and truck drivers, and they'll
They can.
well, they don't admit, but if you talk to owner-operators and truck drivers, they'll tell you that New York is hell and to stay away from it. They intentionally.
No. I work for a company right now out of Phelps, New York, that we hire owner-operators right now. They're making $6,000 a week, take home $3,000 a week, take home $4,000 a week as owner-operators. Hey, I'm a company driver. The owner-operators in my company are doing great. The owner-operators in my company are
Do you have to, in your company, if you have a CDL in another state, do you have to transfer your
CDL to,
Like driver's license. You don't have to transfer your state driver's license to another state. That is a federal document. That is countrywide. It's actually more than countrywide because if you got to use there's a couple other little things you got to do. I don't think the right word is endorsements, but essentially an endorsement to even travel like out of the country to like driving to Mexico and driving to Canada and things like that.
You just need your passport.
Yeah.
A passport
So
and then twin card.
he don't got a reason to not want to be nearby. And then there's also the option of you giving yourself maybe a longer commute, which might be a little bit of hardship on you. But going to say like, what, I'm a little more on the outskirt, and I might have to commute 45 minutes one way, but at least my man there. You know what I mean? And I think those are all options worth exploring with this man. But again, there's no way in hell that you have not seen each other since August of last year to say that he ain't had a day off, that he ain't had a week off, that he ain't had no PTO, that he couldn't have made time for either you to take time off and come see him, or he took time off to come see you. Without his truck, there are such things as planes and rental cars.
yeah, he's asked me many times to go, but I just don't.
But, okay, so you see, here's the thing. When you ask him and he already knows that you're going to say no, that's why he asked. I know this, and that I have asked women things before that I knew that the answer was going to be no, and it's because I really didn't want to go, and I didn't want it to happen, and I was like, I'm going to ask him this crazy stuff, and they go like, no.
But you're kind of like saying how, like, you're kind of you're kind of like projecting how you are onto other men. Where I'm trying to think of this on my head. He has kids.
Make a commitment. DJ,
Okay, hold on. No, he has kids with, and I don't know how many, and with how many other women, or if it's just one other women. I'm not going to ask. I don't know. It's hard to know. What are his financial obligations? Why is it that he's having to work from where he is? Where are his kids? There's so many things that I just don't know what to say.
Pepe, I have been down bad. I've never not seen a woman that I was with for over a week, much less a year. I go to California like often, and that's for me it's almost 1,000-mile drive to where I go, and it's something I do often, and I have to budget and make that shit match. It's something that I make do because that's what men do. Men make do. If he wants to see you, he's gonna make do.
You need that snatch, don't you?
I don't know. I don't need anything because if I wanted to get something, I could, but I don't. I don't sleep around.
Potentially, what state did she say he was driving in, or where is he driving?
He's down like in the Texas area, mostly.
Okay, so Texas is very good for trucking, and I understand that. Is he a company driver, owner-op?
In between. That's what he's been working on. He's been working to. He found.
99.
No, he has a relationship with the person that he's working with now, and they're. He's trying to create his own company and own.
It's only. I mean, yeah, you got to come up with the money for the truck and all that. But if he came up with the money for a truck in his LLC, which in New York or wherever he's going to create it, it's not that much. Where is his child at? What state is his child in?
Utah.
Oh,
so he's not even near his own child.
Yeah, right.
So he can't even commit to going up there and driving, or maybe he did drive up there, and he's just telling you he's in Texas. I don't know. It's one of those jobs you can take anywhere and everywhere. Like, I live in Pennsylvania. I see my wife every weekend. I've been doing this now, going on 5 years come August, September. I'm trying to get to owner-operator stage. He may have been doing it a lot longer than me. But it's a choice you make. And you could go wherever you want. It's just if he doesn't, New York's not that bad. It's the Northeast that people
from Infinite. Infinite, are you, and Pascali, Infinite, are you in a relationship? If you've been in a relationship, how long have you been in a relationship? And are you married? You can call me Kelly, for short. But
We
yeah.
can barely hear you.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
There you go.
Okay.
Yes.
So hi everyone. You guys can call me Kelly. But yeah, I am in a relationship. I've been married for almost 20 years, and I have a little bit of experience, I guess, of keeping it right. Um, I think what it entails is you do first have to know yourself to a certain degree. You're not going to know everything. Um, and you're going to learn with the person. That's very important. To have patience, not be judgmental, and talk things through. Because you, at some given point in time, like you're both going to make a mistake. But if you have that mutual respect for each other and you're able to, communicate with each other even through the bad times, then you'll pretty much be able to work out anything. You know, respect, also making sure that you align with each other on certain things. Like you may have a difference of opinion, but if you could figure out a way how to meet halfway, that definitely helps. And learning how to be emotionally regulated. Can't be in a relationship and shut down or explode. Somebody tells you something that you don't necessarily want to hear in that moment, and to just trust the fact that your person has your best interest at heart at all times. That's like super important, because whenever that individual tells you something that you may not want to hear, at least you know that they're coming from a loving place because they want both win. Like you're on the same team, you're in it together. And yeah, I mean, there's just so much. There's so many different lessons that you learn along the way. I don't think it's I don't think it's a cookie cutter way for all people. I think you have to go through it yourself and just kind of figure it out as you go along. I don't think that my way is gonna work for everybody. I don't think that someone else's way would necessarily work for me. You just have to know you, and you have to know your person, and you guys have to make a plan and see what works for you and toggle it as you go along. So, I mean, that's ultimately my advice, and just try to learn from the people around you are in successful relationships, and just pick things that you pick things from other people's relationships that you like, and incorporate it into your own. And the things that you've seen not work for other people, just proceed with caution. It doesn't mean that what didn't work for someone else may not work for you. It's just like, take note of it and proceed with caution, and you'll make your own situation a success at some point. Yeah.
And thank you for talking about adaptability. That's one thing that I have done for years. Every situation you have to adapt to. We get children. Now we're in the grandchildren stage. We're in daughter-in-law stage, son-in-law stage. It's a much different place to be in life, and it's all about adapting and adaptability. It takes a lot, but I appreciate you saying what you said. And one thing my wife and I always said, there's no issue bigger than us. We're not going to allow an issue to take us down, and that's what we work on every day. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the 20 years you got in. It's a beautiful thing.
No problem. Thank you guys for allowing me to speak in your space. Thank you for coming. Infinite, are you there? Do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. Come on.
I really hope for the young lady the best, the 8-year relationship. I really do. I mean, it's hard. I don't know if that phone call you got earlier was similar
appreciate that. And I wanted to
We're just speaking. Oh, go ahead, Callie.
I wanted to say something to Dima too. For what it's worth, like my advice to you would to really be to take into consideration what some of the guys tried to say to you. Sorry, that's my house talking. But like I have 8 brothers, so like I've had a lot of experience with guys, and I think that some of the guys in the room were really giving you really really sound advice, and I would consider it, not necessarily like fully act on it, but just be aware and mindful, and yeah, just take some of it into consideration, because if a guy really is into you, he will make whatever changes or sacrifices to make it work, and to like be present, or to have you come out to see him, or whatever, you know what I mean? So like I wish you the best as well, and I hope you make it work. Thank you, Kelly. Yeah.
One of the biggest things I would advise, you haven't had a
One second. Matt, so you said you have a whole range of
no. I'm saying I have a very diverse range, diverse range of topics from this place. not that I have any topics to be had right now, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, one of the one second, Dima. One of the things I like, as you said, let's talk relationships. And one of the things I've learned is, how do you have a relationship with yourself? Do you trust yourself? Do you make yourself a priority? Do you pursue your best interest for yourself? These are kind of things that I think that a lot of people may not have ever done for themselves, because the biggest person you have to have a relationship with is the one you see in the mirror every day. And that's going to be the toughest one.
I think that's contradictory though. Like number one, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say some people do not have the ability to trust themselves. They literally do not have the impulse control. People were mentioning, the 12-step program and addictions. I mean, there's a highly genetic component to that. Organically, there's organic brain differences that cause people to behave in certain ways, and I would even go out on a limb and say that it's impossible for people to trust themselves, even most people. And I think that also it seems like it's a little contradictory. It's like you put yourself first. I mean, I kind of get it, but there is a level of sacrifice you have to make, though, where I feel like if you truly, quote unquote, love somebody, you can't put yourself first.
Yeah, Pepe,
let me share this. It says this very clearly. To love your neighbor as yourself. This is a principle. Okay? And I've learned this over time. I can no longer, in any area, love my wife or children if I don't love Edward. Edward has to like who he is and love who he is first and foremost. Because that's what I bring to my marriage. That's what I bring to my children, my grandchildren. This is what I've learned over time. And a lot of people, when you say they can't trust themselves, that's because they're not making proper decisions for themselves. You have to learn to be your best customer. Because if you're not your best customer, then how are you going to be a good customer to someone else? And I'll land on this. This is what someone said a long time ago. They said, why would you go to a restaurant when the chef don't eat their own food?
Could I jump in? If I could, I know y'all.
DJ wanted to go.
I know y'all have a back and forth. I know what the veterinarian guy down there. I was just saying, can I jump in after?
I'll let you go. So all I want to say is this: my wife and I have this. Okay, we're the best two single people on the planet. You know why? Because we believe that each person should be their priority. Instead of we try to change each other, we work on each other. Meaning that I work on me, my wife work on her. When we come together, we're bringing the best
gonna say this. I agree wholeheartedly with a lot of stuff that you said, and I wish that I had that thought process when I was younger and I was married and I had my first child. I I didn't have that thought process. I was listening to my mother, I was listening to my grandmother, all these elderly women. And at one point in my life, I lost myself. I was just so focused on everybody else, kids, the house, the husband, all this stuff. Never even looked at myself in the mirror. And one day I was like, who the fuck is this person? You know, and it's so easy to slip into that as a woman because the way I was raised, it was like you do all the things, you keep the house, you keep the food, you fuck your husband whenever he wants. You know, you keep yourself together, keep makeup, keep hair, your glam, all of this. That shit is fucking exhausting. Okay? And sometimes you will lose yourself because you'll fall into a state of depression because you're so focused on taking care of everybody else besides yourself. Don't let you have elderly parents. Oh, put them in between the sandwich. So now you got the kids, your husband, your in-laws. Don't let his parents get sick. You know, it's just a lot of fucking pressure. That's one of the reasons why I'm hesitant about remarrying. It's a lot of work. I'm done speaking.
So, as I was going to mention, and thank you, Pepe, for sharing, people charge clinical psychologists, psychiatrists often charge, $500 an hour actually here in Los Angeles, for example. And they do it because they're practicing a psychodynamic approach. They're not telling people what to do or what to think. They're helping them come to these decisions on their own, which is why it often takes quite some time. And I would offer that Bima knows probably the answer, but she needs to come to this decision on her own. But this notion of, why, people have to love themselves, blah, blah, blah. If it was so easy to just love yourself by telling someone you should just love yourself, we'd be putting therapists out of business, coaches out of business, people who are trained to help people get to these points. So I'm just shocked at the lack of insight into the empirical nature of helping people put their best foot forward and become their best selves. Now, people aren't as lucky as Edward and some of the other folks who may not have had any trauma in their youth, or they may have been just so smart to figure this all out on their own, whatever the case may be. I think by and large, people who have resources and are lucky enough to have those resources often invest in themselves. I think that the interesting thing about the Jewish conversations in these spaces, people wonder, why are some Jewish people, finding so much success? I also find it interesting that in the Jewish community, they're the most inclined to either become therapists or seek therapy themselves because they don't have the answers. They know they can't possibly have all the answers. So if you think that you're just going to become happy on your own or suddenly love yourself because you will get to that point, I don't know, that's probably unlikely. I'm sure that it happens, but the data doesn't, the research doesn't support that. And so because I'm science-based or evidence-based, I tend to lean on where the evidence takes us. I may be wrong in making that choice, but that's what I believe in. Thanks.
Well, I do agree with you. I do think there's like a lot of doctrinaire prescriptions that are being put out there for like how to be happy or be successful. And the thing is, though, I'm somebody who at least has some experience, working in mental health, and I realize, faith-based organizations or in religion, maybe it has somewhat of a therapeutic effect, depending. But they mean psych hospitals and like kind of like you said, psychiatry and psychology, all of this would go out there, or clinical psychology that is, would all go out the window if it was just simple enough to just do some of the things that people are saying, and I do think that, you know, I'll actually preface it this way. I think that you get well-rounded individuals psychologically that, yes, they can do a lot of these things that, like, try to take care of themselves, be a good person, follow the Bible, all of that stuff. But the reality is, though, and I know this, just empirically it's true, there is a good chunk of the population that is not going to be capable of being this healthy, well-rounded person because they were not born healthy and well-rounded. And the reality is that it's not even possible to make these people well-rounded. They are, and when I say well-rounded, in other words, it's like, imagine you had to go to West Point or something like that. You have to be a perfect physical, well, you have to be very smart, but you also have to have physically very healthy, and you can have no mental health problems. You have to, they're basically, you're getting educated to become an officer. And that you just have to be completely healthy. Most people are not eligible. I mean, most people aren't eligible. Only like 20 to 25% of America is eligible to even be enlisted in the United States Armed Forces because of certain behaviors, whether it's because they use drugs, whether it's because they've taken medication for ADHD, they take any fucking SSRI, they're overweight. There's a million things. We're not all the same.
What do you think about, going back to some of the research, looking at clergy, right? I think 30% of clergy surveyed were presumed to have pretty significant levels of narcissism, which isn't always a bad thing, right? But that kind of confidence to get up there and tell people, and I'm not knocking organized religion at all, but I know that most of my rabbis had more confidence than necessarily competence. Now, that's not true for all clergy. Some people are probably very competent, but the competency comes in telling them what they think they need, and there's no real substantive way of discerning whether or not there's a God in the first place. So it's a great place to lead people, and it often, but not always, draws people who are overconfident, and that's, narcissistic in its own right. I have my own narcissistic traits that I'll own up to, so I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that the beauty of working with people who have worked, like therapists are all typically in therapy themselves because they're working on empathy every day so that they can better treat their clients and they don't get burned out, right? So I guess the whole reason that I'm interested in even the conversation is because I think when you talk about relationships, there's nothing better than first working on yourself, which is what some people said. Edward alluded to it. Some other people alluded to it. Working on yourself is key. But you also get to a place where you're not going to necessarily be judgmental of other people for making whatever decisions they make. And I think Bima is really bright. And I think that, you can't, like, I remember, I'll land here, I remember needing to get out of a relationship with someone, and the therapist was never going to tell me, hey, you need to end this right now.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking.
Was the therapist a woman?
Yes, the therapist.
I know she's not going to tell you that.
I had a male psychiatrist even when I first told him, when I first met my ex,
a woman's not going to tell you to leave another woman.
Okay, Jesus Christ. But anyways, no, it is. I was. No offense to the other. I think they're well-intentioned men in this room. I get where they're coming from, and I don't think it was from a bad place. But I do understand. I can understand why Bima might be where she is, and I felt it was. I felt it would be personally inappropriate for me to tell her. And you know me, I have a big mouth, and I will run my fucking mouth. But I felt it was would be very inappropriate and not in my place to everything, and quite frankly, just keep your mouth shut. That's highly personal, and
also Chris and Cool gave good advice, but the issue really isn't the guy figuring out the logistics of moving so that he can do trucking at a place that's more convenient for the relationship. Maybe he has attachment issues. I'm not a clinician. I'm just speculating here. Maybe he has some attachment issues. Has nothing to do with BEMA, but he's got to find something for himself, find himself a little bit, and maybe they are ready for each other at some point. But he could figure out how to truck close.
I'm gonna do this.
You cut out up there, split down.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I just want to ask this first question. Do you guys think that this right now is a therapy session?
Yes.
no.
No.
And I say yes because talk therapy is a thing. That's why I actually love Clubhouse. I haven't left the app because sometimes I talk on here, sometimes I take my shit out on people. I trauma dump on people, and then I leave, and then I can leave.
This is way too toxic of a place to be. This is one of the worst places you could be. In fact, if you were in therapy, I'm not. And this is just a wild guess, but I could imagine with some individuals, they would probably tell you to cut out what you're doing on Clubhouse because it's bad.
That's totally true.
Well, this is an observation, and I hear you guys use the word judgment. We all make judgments every day, but you still have to observe, okay? I don't know why we think this is you judge something, we have to make what I call observational observances that we make judgments every day of each other. And my wife always asks, what is it that when you go here? And I said, babe, it's quite interesting. She hears you guys sometimes. And I said, you know what I learned?
I'm sorry to hear that.
What? What you sorry to hear?
That your wife hears us sometimes.
Oh, she does, buddy.
That's funny.
You know what she said? She said, now I know why, because you learn how not to live. Because you know what? I have to make observations.
My ex-boyfriend, he hates Clubhouse. He hated me being on here. He hated it.
And now he's your ex. I know.
Monica, so you're Pete. This is one of the things I've learned, okay? We had this conversation earlier today, that people do not really self-govern themselves to the point where they think someone's coming to their rescue. And even like Pepe said, Pepe has no hope in the human race. I do. I believe that when people decide that they're going to change, they will change. They have to decide.
No, I didn't lose hope in the human race. I said that with certain people, I'm realistic. Look, I will never be. Think of somebody who's intellectual like Thomas Sowell. I was not born with his brain. I'll never be as smart as him. I can try all I want. I'll never be, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I'll never. Not plus. But just like when there's things with all kinds, when it comes to personalities and being prone to being an addict or having certain mental health issues or personality traits, that is part of the what makes us unique. And it's I think maybe why I am so hesitant when I hear people give. I think a lot of the advice, for example, that you give might be good for a good chunk of people, but I think that it's not necessarily going to apply to the people that have deficits in certain areas.
But see, Pepe, listen to this. I want you to hear yourself, okay? I'm saying to you, somebody got a hot mic. DJ, got a hot mic, DJ. So one of the things I say, Pepe, is that if people work on their own relationship with themselves and learn how they operate, I think things begin to change. When you make better choices, okay? When you decide that you're not gonna, some people do it. They
Yeah, so Pepe, I'm not in the recovery community because I don't do drugs, I don't drink, it doesn't make me better than anybody else. I did mention the 12-step thing, which I thought was helpful, but I want to follow up with what Edward just said. There's a reason that there are terms like egosyntonic and ego-dystonic. There are people who do not know that what they are doing, they are not self-aware, or their values do not align with their behavior, and that is part of their pathology. And quite frankly, that's a lot of people out there. Donald Trump would be a good example of someone who is ego-dystonic. He has no idea. He doesn't think there's anything possibly remotely wrong with him, and maybe there's not something horribly wrong with him, but he doesn't see any disparity between his alignment with how he values himself, sees himself, and how he behaves.
Yeah, but we don't.
It's all good and fine. It's all good and fine to. I think Edward is aspirational, and I think those are good thoughts. But again, this is why, people are really lucky if they don't have any trauma from their childhood that needs to be addressed in any way. And trauma doesn't have to be huge, but whether you're being reparented or you're working with a coach or a therapist, whatever it may be. I think everybody can continue. I can't think of a person on this planet who can't be working on themselves. I guess presumably by themselves, it's a lot harder to do, or with the help of someone else who's kind of an objective bystander, whether they're credentialed or not. But what I wanted to say, and I'll just land here, this is why I tend to like people who come out of this recovery community. I was telling this to a friend the other day, is that, God, because they stop judging themselves and stop judging other people, they're much more beautiful souls for me to be around, right? Like, I like the people who have really worked on themselves because it's a whole different kind of engagement. And so that's not to say that you can't be a beautiful soul if you haven't had these challenges, but by and large, to me, the most beautiful people on the planet are the ones who struggled and transformed in some way, shape, or form. It doesn't make them better. It just makes their journey different. And
I agree, but there's very specific things like I can think of. So it seems like you know a bit about narcissism. Now, if you have, let's say you have NPD, you are, you pretty much take all of the traits to a severe degree. I've listened to psychologists talk about this. They can help you. Are you going to be a person that is not, where these traits don't come out and where it's not going to make you a very difficult person to be with? No. Borderline personality disorder, something very similar. Antisocial personality disorder.
Pepe, do you mind catching me up to speed? I'm so sorry.
Hold on, Rob. You just came in, dude. You're interrupting.
No, I know, but I'm just asking.
We're talking about, giving general advice and about having healthy relationships, and there's a little bit of a discussion going on beyond,
how we approach that. Yeah.
Yes. So I just named like 3 cluster B personality disorders, which are, you can look this up, cluster B personality disorders in relationships. You'll get a million fucking Google responses. These are disorders that are, they wreak havoc. These are lifelong conditions. They don't just simply go away. Even with lots of treatment, they don't go away. You learn how to cope with them, but with antisocial personality disorder and to somewhat of a lesser extent, narcissistic personality disorder, you can work through it a bit. And then you have things that aren't necessarily for example, a clinical psychopath. There's not an actual DSM-5 diagnosis for these people. However, these are people that we have 2 types of empathy. It's cognitive and emotional empathy. Cognitive means like, ow, you stubbed your toe. I know that must hurt. Emotional empathy is like, ooh, like kind of flinch because you're like, "Ow, that must have hurt." You kind of feel it, like emotionally that impacts you.
Right.
There are people
So who would you be speaking to?
Jesus Christ. Brock, it's happy hour started early for you. And so these are people who, by the way, their brains are different. They literally cannot feel empathy for other people, at least emotionally. There's no therapy, there's no treatment, there's no drugs to treat that.
Are the two things synonymous, Pepe?
Now, hold on 1 second. Pepe, let me ask you this question. Because you talk about all this disorders and stuff. How do you approach people in relationship to have that conversation?
But we're talking about people. You can't. What I'm trying to tell you is that you can't give general advice on how to have a healthy relationship to these people because they were born incapable of it.
I know, but I'm saying, if you met a woman, right? How would you approach that situation?
That issue, yeah.
Oh, so you're not going to always be able to tell it right off the bat. There's some very interesting things. So first of all, it's kind of inappropriate to ask off the bat. But
I have one question, guys. Hello, can you hear me?
Shut the fuck up.
I have a question. India is good in soft power. India is good in hard power.
Sean, we're happy to have you, but one, we can't understand what you said, and two, somebody was speaking. Could you just give us a second? Go ahead.
So I would say this. So if you were to meet somebody with, let's just say that the 3 disorders I spoke about. All right. So they tend to be like out the gate, especially with narcissistic personality disorder and borderline personality disorder. These are 2 groups of people where these people are going. It's called like the love bombing, like a super honeymoon. These people are going to seem to connect with you more intensely than anybody you've ever met. They'll be extremely thoughtful. They really are. Probably you'd be like, oh my God, how do I deserve such a fucking person? Because they're going to be so great to you. But then that will change anywhere from weeks to months later, where they become a fucking nightmare. Now you're generally not going to notice these people have such a disorder or traits of a disorder, until you kind of start.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Pepe.
Oh my God.
So sorry. Oh my.
So, it's one of those things where you often are not going to know. Now, would a clinical psychologist or somebody like that pick up on what they think is some off behavior? Yeah, I'm sure. A lot of them would. But, us everyday folks, I don't know. You often, when somebody's so great to you, like a narcissist or somebody who has borderline personality disorder, is going to be, you want it to be true. Like, you don't want to think like, oh no, this bitch is just. And a lot of people think they're being intentionally manipulative. It's actually somewhat more subconscious.
So, Pepe, how do you think we parse that out? How do we differentiate the people who are love bombing us and they have a narcissistic personality disorder or traits versus people who actually have lived their entire life and fell in love for the first time and are love bombing you because they're truly in love?
Well, look, there's psychologists I would defer you to them, like on YouTube, they'll talk about that exact topic. There's so many videos about that. But if it seems unreasonable or over the top, generally healthy relationships. This is speaking with healthy people. Healthy people tend not to start a relationship with a big bang. So like they're not going to just like I guess in other words, it's an atypical reaction to meet somebody and just be like head over heels in love with them right away. That's not a normal healthy behavior.
to say. I'm enjoying this. No, I was going to ask Pepe though if those first two things he mentioned, if they're always together, or do you find those two things? The narcissism, and then I guess it was you called it a type of personality disorder.
Borderline, and then there's antisocial.
There was the first one you mentioned, so I was wondering if those two things are always like linked or
cluster
connected.
B. They're cluster B personality disorder. So in other words, if they're in the same cluster, shut your fucking mouth. So there's a lot of overlap. So especially people with antisocial personality disorder, they're far more. I've heard, which it's loosely you can translate them to being sociopaths. It's almost a given that they'll be narcissistic. So especially with those two, but not every narcissist is a sociopath.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. If it's a, yeah, no, you said it. Thank you.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, Sean, go ahead. Go ahead. What did you have to say?
So USA is good partner of India in a strategic way. So despite having that kind of a strategic relationship with the USA, in the context of Iran and the USA here, USA invited Pakistan to intervene and to play a role of mediation.
Yeah, we're not talking about.
Yeah, buddy, read the title.
I know, you are talking about the type of personality.
He gets it. We're very grateful to have you here. We would love, this actually sounds very interesting, and I would love to hear more. Would you be willing to come back when we're talking about that? Right now we're talking about relationships.
So you are talking about the types of personality, like a Machiavellian personality, narcissist personality, right?
Yes.
So in my opinion, we should not manipulate anyone. So all these types of personality are lean towards manipulation. We should promote healing.
I can't even understand you. They lean towards what?
Yeah, just speak a little slower for us. I apologize.
I'm saying that all these are the type of personality lead towards manipulation. If there is a thing of a healthy relationship, we should focus on the emotions. We should focus on to become emotionally intelligent. We should not promote manipulation.
Yes, I agree. We should not promote manipulation. We should not promote manipulation.
But a lot of these manipulations that these people have are not intentional. Like a lot of people don't realize that. Like some of these people, they actually have a cognitive. They have a cognitively impaired brain. Like for example, people with borderline personality disorder, they do things that you're going to say. For example, gaslighting. That is something that is notorious with narcissistic and borderline people. People that are borderline, for example, they do it subconsciously. These people they have a way where their brain puts things in an all good or all bad basket, where you can do 100 things right, but you do one thing wrong, and then their brain puts you into this all bad basket. They can't look at you as who you are. It's literally.
I don't think you understood what you were trying to say. Yeah, but hold on, Mike. So this is one of the areas, and guys, correct me. How many people do you actually have in your life like this? They always tell us that the closest 5 people to you is what molds your life.
But we're talking about the average population, though. That's the difference.
I know, but
he's talking about my partner.
No, hold on. You keep saying we're talking about the average population. I'm not bumping into these people. Okay? The average population I deal with every day. You know why? Because they have a desk, they come in, and I have to navigate with them. But
that's different from having an intimate relationships is where you tend to really butt heads with these people.
Pepe, I understand Pepe, but Pepe,
talking about different types of relationships.
Yeah, I was having to draw from like examples that I knew off the top of my head, which are they're not uncommon, but you know, I don't know what it's under 10% of the people in America that would have those cluster B personality disorders. As far as their traits, maybe it would go over 10%, but then there's a bunch of other different issues. We can look at addiction, which would be a much bigger one. We can look at there's basically so many things where that's where I just like this. Any cookie cutter advice, I start to cringe, and I know I beat to death the whole like doctrinaire prescription for everything because I feel like that is so fucking simplistic, and it is not something that works for everybody. I mean, really, it doesn't. Just like
Pepe, I don't mean to keep interrupting, but is this an excuse not to talk about the topic?
No. But I'm just saying that, like, you can tell. Well, this advice, a lot of the advice that I'm, for example, hearing from Edward, I think would work for people who are their personality is more. They're healthy in many ways, but they're also more likely to be have a higher level of religiosity than others. And so, like, this advice works for those people. But the reality is, though, is that I feel like most people, we are all on such a fucking spectrum that I don't know. I don't think we can all take this advice.
It's like fitting a square peg in a round hole. I got it. We're all not going to have all the solutions and answers tonight, obviously. But we got to have a little more wiggle room to be able to have this conversation. When we start delving into personality disorders and type A, type B, type C, we'll never get a conversation going. This is good. I get where you're coming from. I don't know.
I apologize because I brought us here, but no, move on quick.
No, you're good, Wallace. You're fine. But I get where you're coming from. And you're right about a lot of this stuff. If we all sit down with our future wife and husband and literally go through all this stuff with them prior to that, we would all have just perfect relationships, I suppose. But
you might run out there. But one thing Pepe says, and he uses this all the time. Okay, I don't know why we believe that the order of a foundation of principles that happen to be religious, like to love your wife and to love your enemy and to treat others kindly and forgive those who speak evil of you. I don't know why those principles don't resonate with other people, but they resonate with Edward.
No, they resonate with me. I think I'm just
not with the people we're talking about.
No, they resonate with me. I just don't think that the ability for people to follow those principles. As a principled person, I think that is where there's a huge difference.
I know, but Pepe, hold on, guys. I hear what Pepe's saying. If we're going to follow principle, okay, we all know what hurt looks like. We know when we have said in our society that someone cheated on someone versus saying that someone did not keep their word. We don't do that. We're glossing over stuff, okay? We call it cheating. The scripture calls it adultery, okay? We say that, we were just sleeping around. The scripture calls it having marriage. Yes, I do believe those principles. And I believe also that if we practice some of them, we would not have as much heartache that we actually do. Because I think those principles actually are going to build relationships with oneself. Because if I have self-destruction, that's going to break to all of my relationships.
Let me use one example. Okay, so I already know that your answer to this. Can you imagine? Just imagine. Do you think there's anything, even if you were not religious, that could compel you to rape and kill somebody? Do you think that you could be tempted by sin to rape and kill somebody?
No, Pepe, it's not my motivation.
No, I get it, but this is the difference. There are people who literally get their jollies off by raping a woman, looking at her in the eyes, and terrorizing her, and then murdering her. They have that temptation, but hold on. They have a temptation and a drive to do something that the rest of us do not have to do. That's why they do it. Because normal, neurotypical people would never do such a fucking thing. Why do they do it?
I mean, listen to me. There's 8.4 billion people on the planet. 8.4 billion. And I promise you, there's probably less than 200,000 of those people on the whole planet. But for you to focus on that, and not focus on healthy, meaningful relationships, hold on, that means healthy, meaningful relationships, all of us can do it. Every single day, all of us. If all of us can choose what's good for us, but correct me if I'm wrong, man. How many of us actually choose what is good for us?
Can I interject here?
This is where we're getting in.
Like toxic positivity, this is toxic positivity. A lot of the things you're saying, I've heard Pepe right now on this, you guys going back and forth. It's like, let's just dissociate. Like what I'm hearing from Pepe is he's like, okay, this is a concern in our society. And I know what you're talking about. There are individuals that do this, of course. I'm a woman. I understand that these type of men exist, right? And there's some women that are somewhere in that same range. So they get off to it, right? So what I'm hearing from Pepe is he has a concern for this. It's what I'm just really hearing from him, and this is an issue in our society, right? But you're like combating that. Like, why should we care about that? You should focus on your good relationships. Okay, let's just dissociate, right, from the problems in our society and only focus on the good and allow those people to drown, to just continue drowning. Like this is.
Dude, this is kind of part of the point. This is why I'm purposely going to extreme examples of behavior, like somebody who likes to rape and kill. Like that's an anomaly when it comes to humans. However, when you start getting into transgressions that are more common, like adultery, once again, I'm going to say that the individual that is born, despite whether or not they were raised by a very, a religious, nice, good family, there are going to be people born that are going to be far more primed to be willing to commit adultery, to steal, to lie, to do all kinds of things. And I'm talking from major transgressions like rape and murder, all the way to the little ones like lying. This is a reality that we have, and this is where this is where like doctrinaire prescriptions for everything really fucking bother me, because life is not that simple. Like the golden rule, it sounds good, it's a principle you should live by, but we're pretending like people are all capable of. If everybody could live by the golden rule, our society would not have that much problems. But we do have problems, and we've never been a country, a society. There's never been a society without problems. Like people are very complicated, and they have a lot of issues.
Yeah, and Pepe, to add to that, I mean, not only have so many people been touched by this, many public intellectuals say that these issues are of enormous concern, that they are infiltrating all aspects of society, not just at the very top, but that in Western culture it is so epidemic that it is increasingly frightening to think that we aren't combating it. It is a huge problem. Everybody has been touched by this, and the funny thing is that like if you haven't been touched by this, something is off because it's so common or you're not recognizing it. So I can't reiterate enough what Pepe has said. That this
I know. You guys, Coco, Pepe, and you, I believe there's more abundance in the world. And I hear you guys. Listen, I come to Clubhouse. It is not positive. There's no solution. Everybody's been touched by negativity. But I think most of us realize that we choose it. Instead of you talking about positivity, hold on, Coco, seriously. You guys come
And I think that success is explained by that. But I do think that it would be unfair, and I apologize if I said I didn't mean to think that you were unusual and that or something was wrong with you. I'm just saying, I think by and large, most people today have been touched by this, and I think maybe you have a strong personality and an adaptable personality where you know how to deal with this when you see it. But I would like to hear, I mean, maybe you don't encounter people like this, but I think you're a charismatic person, and maybe you thwart attempts by more dangerous people. You know how to, you're a people person. I don't know, maybe you could speak to that, but I know Coco wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, you can definitely focus on positive relations, abundance, positive relationships you have, whatever, while simultaneously recognizing, there's people being harmed, there's people, you got to be able to, especially if we're going to talk about, like, having a good attitude, right? When it comes to this stuff, like, humbly, you have to be able to condemn and recognize harm and abuse that's happening. I don't think it's good to just, I don't know.
I know what you're saying. I
just don't like the way you're framing everything, and everything is coming back to the Bible, which honestly, you're trying to, like, push your ideas onto everybody. I know the last two things you said when you asked Pepe about why can't everybody believe in that? Sure, like, you can believe in loving your neighbor, loving thyself, and all of these things, whatever. You don't have to believe in loving your enemy. We don't all have to believe in loving our enemy, especially with these people, right, that we, Pepe and DJ have been talking about. I would never turn to a woman who's been raped by, some psycho narcissist that's, been beat up by him and tell her, no, you need to love him. No, fuck that, Not everybody needs to, like, believe in this kind of stuff. I don't like when people do this shit. Everything doesn't go back to the Bible.
That part's kind of bothered me too. But I've kind of been glossing over that. But so Edward, admittedly, he comes from a very caring, loving family. A family with two his parents were married until old age. That's good. Now, here's where I have, as harsh as I am about the black community and a lot of their rhetoric here, there are black children who grow up with a single fucking mother, and this is, of course, these are going to be fringe cases where the mother will, and you can look this up, this is actually a thing that happens. I've seen it several times, on the news. The child is basically, they have a 4-year-old girl, 6-year-old girl, whatever. Yeah.
What is Alabama nigger? I mean, black snake.
You guys have McDonald's in China, right?
McDonald's?
He doesn't believe in God yet. Yeah. Agnostic means they don't know. It just means that they make a definitive claim that they know there is no God. Well, at least when it comes to these, when it comes to these radical atheists in this room, like Cora.
Cora's not radical atheist.
Yes, she is.
Oh, she's
You're talking about idealizes about homosexuality and just harassment.
Well, yeah, she just because she's doing like the Bible doesn't make her radical.
No, she's been a radical atheist for all day, every day.
I don't think Bronze Age morality is appropriate to term.
Yeah, see, radical atheist. There you go.
That doesn't necessarily make her a radical. I mean, she is a atheist, but not
She's
sure.
in atheist rooms, modding every day, talking shit about Christianity. So she's a radical atheist.
I mean, just because you talk shit about Christianity doesn't make you an atheist.
She's also kind of Scotch-Irish.
No, she does. She does. It's okay.
Don't worry, this is what he does.
You can't expect much out of
Is this you? Bridges.
What? Yeah, Nargis, it's me.
Okay.
Nargis, click on my profile. You can read my bio.
Yeah, I just added you.
Oh, really?
Hey, Rich, I just clicked on your profile. I'm a little confused. My cell phone just froze up, and now I can't use Clubhouse. What happened? Why is my phone frozen? I just clicked your profile to view your profile, and now my cell phone is frozen. What's going on? What is the code that you put in your profile? You put some kind of software code. Hello?
Yeah. And John, the guy Alistair Crowley, is the Michelin Jew. His dad is a Jew, but his mom's not. So the Jew. Yeah, just like all the apostles. Well, you know how like all the apostles were Jews and they followed Christ, they became Christians because they're Christ followers. It's the same thing. So all the Jews are waiting on a Messiah to still show up. They're like, hey, the Messiah hasn't came yet. Jesus isn't the Messiah. I'm a Jew who decided, hey, Jesus is the Messiah.
It's just like your opinion. The truth is that Mashiach is now. Mashiach now. Mashiach now. And we don't have to wait anymore because Mashiach is now. Mashiach is now. And we don't have to wait anymore.
John, can you ding it? Oh, he's dang it.
A laser said reset.
Mashiach now. And we don't have to wait anymore.
Don't get to be on stage if you ring the damn bell.
Or click on my profile and read my bio. It has the rules. Oh, welcome. Nice to meet you. I'll add you. But I'm not Filipino. I'm Jewish by blood, Christian by faith. I'm ethnically Jewish and I'm religiously Christian. Yeah, I did add you. Don't click on my profile. You did. Oh, she clicked on my profile. Dang it. It'll lock up your phone. You just gotta clear the app like 3 times. And then come back in. Sorry, man. Cora clicked on it. I told her not to click on it. Cora, I told you not. It's a glitch that I have in my phone. And if it's in my bio.
Pick me up.
I know, because it is hacking. Sorry, I hope. Yeah, you gotta be careful clicking on certain people's profiles.
I got it like when it first
So,
started.
okay.
2020.
So, May, okay. Wait, May, what ethnicity is your dad? I think he's white, but.
Yeah, I don't
Oh, okay. I don't know if he's like German.
some sort of like, no, I'm Polish, I don't know.
Polish, okay. But okay, if you guys click on the chat, there's that the fucking numbers or the letters and all that kind of shit, scribble scrabble shit. If you copy that and then you go into your bio and you clear your bio, make it blank, and then paste that into your bio and then hit done. It'll be your phone do the same thing like this. Well, then people can't do that. If anybody has an iPhone like Cora, when she clicks on me to like move me to the audience or kick me out of the room, it freezes her phone.
Why would you want to do that?
Oh, because I can go into Muslim and Black Hebrew Israelite rooms and I can crash out and make fun of them. It is fucked up. Well, okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's okay when the Black Hebrew Israelites are saying that they're going to take my kids and they're going to dash their heads against the rock?
Oh my god.
I'm justifying it. Okay. So the Black Hebrew Israelites. Okay. Does anybody think that it's justified for the Black Hebrew Israelites? Okay, cool. The Black Hebrew Israelites say that everybody who's not black or brown, Hispanic or Latino or any of this kind of shit are Edomites. They're from Esau and they're cursed people. And then when Black Jesus comes back who looks like Wesley Snipes, they're gonna all get all like Super Saiyan powers like Dragon Ball Z, and they're gonna fly around, shoot laser beams out of their eyes, and they're gonna take all the white people and their babies, and they're gonna smash the babies' heads against the rock. Then they're gonna enslave the men, and they're gonna rape all the white women. So these are the people that I go into their rooms, and I say, hey, you guys are a bunch of fucking retards. And then they say, hey, kick this guy, and they all click on my account, and all their funds freeze up. And then they can't kick me in. Then they have to end up just closing the room. And sometimes there's like 1,000 people in the audience. So I get them to close the room for me. Unless somebody knows what they're doing.
If you had something to say that was genuinely from your heart, I don't think you would be speaking.
What do you mean? Oh, they don't let people.
This room and speaking this instead of actually asking
So But then you're like, yeah, but my dad's white. No, but they would ask you. They'd be like, what are you? You'd say, my mom's Filipino, my dad's white. They'd say, okay, well, you're an Edomite. You're from Esau. And we're going to kill you and we're going to rape you.
Then I ended the fucking conversation. You don't feed into that bullshit. So why are you bringing bullshit into this room?
I put this in my bio.
Why are you bringing bullshit into this room?
So here's the problem. Once you put it in your bio, you can't take it out.
Yes, you fucking can.
No, I can't. If I click on my profile right now.
What the fuck you talk about? What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, I get that. No, I get that. But I'm talking about the glitch. I couldn't go up there and have a genuine conversation. All they're going to scream and cuss. Yeah, I know. But it's fun.
I'm over this. Who else?
Yeah, go ahead, Nargis. Let's talk about muzzies.
Y'all know this man?
Oh, let's talk about the, okay, Benny, you want to talk about the Gnostic from Hugo?
Let's talk to Quran about Sunan Abi Dawud 4717, where Allah
Yeah, let's do Gnostic free world.
Yeah, give me 5 minutes. Teach me, you can ask Rich, ask a question.
Okay, Quran, whatever your name is, how do you justify Sunan Abi Dawud 4717, where Allah says, for the woman who buries alive her newborn baby, the mother and the baby both go to hell?
What?
Sunan Abi Dawud 4717. I can read it. Hold on. I got it open. All right. Yeah, she thinks. Bro, she thinks I'm annoying with this shit.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, my wife was an NBI agent, the National Bureau of Investigation. She used to deal with the Moros, the Muslims, the MILF, the Moro Islamic Liberation Force. And she's seen fucking 40 soldiers in the Philippines dead with all their balls cut off and their penises stuffed in their mouth.
Wait, hold on. There's a Muslim group called the Mills?
Yeah, they're called the Mills. The Moro Islamic
Liberation
Force.
Wow.
Yeah. So, okay, let's read Sunan Abi Dawud 4717. So, Sunan Abi Dawud 4717, Amir reported the messenger of Allah, may peace be upon him, is saying, the woman who buries alive her newborn girl and the girl who is buried alive, both will go to hell. This tradition has been also been transmitted by Ibn Masud from the Prophet, may peace be upon him, to the same effect through a different chain of narrators. Greed, Sahih, Al-Albani.
Hold on, what did you say to the prophet again? If I did not hear it correctly, what did you say something?
I hope that you have an iPhone when I say this again. Amir reported to the messenger of Allah.
No, hold on. It's peace be upon him.
Sorry, I misread it. Sorry. So Amir reported to the
Don't
messenger.
do that. I don't intend to speak with you when you talk like this about the prophet.
Okay. I'll leave out the parentheses.
No, you didn't.
I did say peace be upon him. Listen. So
Okay,
everything.
good. All right. Cool.
Mikhail's gonna crash out. He's a Jamaican gay guy from Canada. He's gonna start screaming, all kind of shit. But so Amir reported to the messenger of Allah as saying, the woman who buries alive her newborn girl and the girl who is buried, meaning the newborn baby, is buried alive, both will go to hell. This tradition has also been transmitted by Ibn Masud from the Prophet to the same effect through a different chain of narrators. Great Sahih Al-Albani. Do you want me to share it in the chat? I'll share it in the chat. So you can read there.
Yeah, it's 4714, correct?
4717.
4717. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, 4717. Sunan Abi Dawud. I know that you're going to say that this is a tradition before the Prophet, but this is specifically the Prophet saying, which means this was after everything was revealed by Jibril. Oh, I'm asking May, why does Allah send babies to hellfire for the mother killing them? Do you think that's messed up? So May, imagine you have a daughter, and then you bury your daughter alive. Allah is saying that you and your baby, who did nothing wrong, are both going to hellfire.
By the way, that's not the only hadith that says that babies go to hell.
No, I know that.
And there's another one that was like, God designed babies to go to hell.
Yeah, well, it says he designed everyone to either accept him or not accept him. It's Calvinism. I tell the Muslims this all the time. It's Calvinism.
Oh, straight up.
It's determinism.
No, I get trouble.
All they're going to say is Allahu Alam, means Allah, only Allah knows. Or they're going to say that this is a tradition before, which it was, but it's was that the prophet said these things. So that was after Jibril revealed himself to him, and he's reciting this. He's talking to his friends, saying, "This is what's going to happen."
Are you trying to understand, or are you trying to make a point?
No, I'm showing how Islam is false.
You're trying to make a point, okay.
Yeah, I'm making a point. I'm showing Islam's false. I'm just saying, like, if I was like an agnostic or atheist or a lost boy, and I was like, somebody was telling me about Islam, and somebody came to me and said, "Yo, read this," I'd be like, "What the fuck, bro? Like, they're God sends me born babies to hell. This is fucking wild. I'm not enjoying this."
Does Jesus, what did Jesus do if he's virtual?
No click on the picture.
You're getting kicked out. Yeah.
But you don't have the fucking thing that I had on my phone. He would be upset about my language, and he'd be upset about my disdain for Islam and Muslims. And he would say that I should be talking to them nicer. I agree.
Yeah.
But I also believe that I'm a sheepdog, and I gotta protect the flock. So when I'm debating Muslim starters, I'm not debating the Muslim. I'm actually speaking to the audience who's actually hearing it. So if there's like 500 people in the audience, and this dude has been talking to like 20 of them in the back channels and saying, "Hey, come to our like Quran reading," like now they're just not.
So, or did you post the hadith in the chat? Okay, let's take a look.
Also, please don't say that the translators translated wrong because they weren't.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why, because it's in direct contradiction to the Quran.
No, I agree. But the Quran says,
you know how is it direct contradiction? Huh?
Because everybody has a chance, babies are innocent, all that, blah, blah. But the thing
No. How is it direct contradiction to the Quran? Do you know?
Because people aren't born with sin. They're not born
sinful. Not necessarily, no.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, this is what you guys write about Christians.
Not necessarily. That's mentioned in the Quran. That's not mentioned in the Quran. Why is it in contradiction?
Whenever I say the Quran, I mean the Sunnah of Islam.
No, but I'm specifically talking.
Whenever the Sahaba's right, I have to accept if I'm gonna read it.
He's good with the Quran.
Understandable.
The Quran more than like hadith.
I understand.
Somehow.
Wait, how does that contradict the Quran? I'm curious.
It contradicts the Quran because with what their understanding of this hadith is, that with their understanding, which means that the girl who was buried alive and the mother who went through murdered her, and they're both going to go to hell.
Yeah.
But that's their understanding, and this particular understanding, is in direct contradiction to the Quran.
Oh, because you like
again, what about the Quran is this a direct
don't like the judgment.
You failed to mention.
It's in direct contradiction of the Quran because Quran says no person will be burdened of a sin that they didn't do. Or everybody will be granted the deed of the even if it's a Muslim deed.
Yeah, you're born with a clean slate.
No person is supposed to. Exactly. So everybody will bear their own burdens. So by that extension, this child, this fetus rather, or this infant that was born and had no doings in being treated this way, it does not make sense that would go to hell. Therefore, therefore, the translation of the word.
No, hold on. But that's not a contradiction. Hold on. This is not a contradiction, though. A logical standpoint. Yes, they're born without burdens, but they're born without deeds either, right? So it's a blank slate. So if they're at zero, it's constitution to Roman hell because there's no
That's my take on it. So
it's not necessarily an innocent life because God knows
zero is
what
what
these people could have been up to.
No. Don't make the hadith. Can I take listen, don't make
I'm not an asshole. You just gotta say that you
No, what do you mean I'm being logical? No, they're making the hadith. It is absolute contradiction. It's because no soul shall bear another soul's burden.
Everybody's supposed to bear their own burden.
Okay, this hadith doesn't say that the buried infant that was burdenful.
No. That's not. No. It means no person will be wronged, unjust, or will be wronged in the hereafter.
Yeah,
This is
Allah is
absolute
just
unjust and wrong, and she's absolutely unjustly wrong.
Wait, hold on. How is it unjust? I don't understand. This
Because she
had
had.
a clean slate.
That's what I'm
She had a
saying.
clean slate.
That's what I'm saying. So how is she?
Okay, that means she has no. This means she has no sins nor deeds. So she's at zero. So if you put her on the scale of of weighing her, I don't know, whatever moral dilemma.
So why would you propose hell? Why would you?
Women during battle, and you can make them your sex slaves.
Tito, calm down. Okay, one at a time. Calm down. Sit down, please do one at a time. This is ridiculous. You're like now regurgitating. Stop regurgitating all the settle one first.
I'm just gonna say I don't see the contradiction.
Okay. Bani Adam, it's a contradiction because why would you not propose heaven for her? Why hell?
Well, that's God's decision. Yeah, she's at zero. She can do whatever
So
she wants.
why does she get to have hell when she's at zero? Why can't she get
because
heaven?
Allah is actually.
I mean, that's a good question for God. It's not a contradiction. That's the point.
So hear me out.
Like you can ask God, when you get there.
So hear me out. The
Because your God
explanation.
is Satan, that's why.
No, hold on. Hear me out. The explanation for the mawaddatu is fi maddatu fi nar. The one that ordered this doing is the one that's going to go to hell. The one that ordered this doing. So not the baby. It's not.
It says and the baby.
It doesn't say baby. It doesn't say.
And the girl.
No, it doesn't say that. It says
Listen.
the person.
Do not do this. I know the Quran better, or the Hadith, and I can translate it better than the fucking scholars. The woman who buries the reason the scholar wrote this is because this is what it means. The woman who buries alive her newborn girl and the girl who was buried alive, both will go to hell.
It doesn't mean what is the which? Okay, what word does that? What
plural or singular?
What word did you relate to the baby girl? What word?
The woman who buries alive.
I'm asking you. You knew Arabic. You knew Arabic.
Listen, I don't have
What?
Arabic.
What Arabic word did you forget? Scholars. You just said.
The hadith is
Listen, you're telling me right now that you know the translation of the hadith.
He's right. That he says both. Many people have ran that argument. This is not the first time.
I'm asking him. He claimed he knew Arabic. I'm asking.
Right now.
I'm asking.
Tell him to be honest. Tell him the hadith is shit. That's all.
I'm asking you.
That's the newborn.
I've heard this argument, Dr. Z. He's not lying about it.
Why are you speaking on his behalf? Just let me ask him this. He said, hold on. Titu. Okay, hold on. Are you going to just keep speaking over me because it's no? Okay, thank you. I'm asking you. You said you have very good knowledge of Arabic language.
No, I don't.
Let me finish my question to you. Okay, I thought you said I heard
talking. Let her talk.
No,
I thought you said
the scholars who translated this, the sheikh who translated this knows more than you. This is why he works in Saudi Arabia. This is why he transcribes or transliterates all these verses from Arabic into English, and he wrote that both will go to hell.
Okay,
I'm not
what?
Here, listen,
Okay.
like some lady on the house tell me that the
Which?
scholars of Islam
I'm
who've
asking
studied
you.
for 40 years
Okay,
no less than this lady on Clubhouse.
okay.
Who
I'm
technically
asking you.
Hold on, technically shouldn't even
Shut up.
with me.
I'm asking you.
I'm not your husband.
You're the one that engaged. Wanted to engage. You're the one that asked me the question. You want it?
I'm not a Muslim. So
Okay.
I'm not
Titu,
I'm not
can you shut up for a second?
نظام الذرة بكل التعبين قسم الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
And shaitan. So listen,
No, you listen first. I'm asking you the question you asked about the
عليه تكبير الله أكبر.
My
Shia Muslims.
Oh shit, this guy's on the other side.
Alright, so now just move him down. So listen, I'm not, oh, she left. But I'm not a Muslim. I'm not at fault if I'm talking to her. She is a Muslima. She's an
You should allow her, you should allow Dr. Z to answer. You're not allowing Dr. Z to answer. Let her answer the question.
Kick me out the audience and
I'm asking you.
Kick you in the
Why
audience.
did you leave the room? Did you click on my profile?
No.
I told you not to click on his profile.
I'm not clicking on nobody's profile. I'm asking
Click
him.
on his profile and kick your.
I'm asking him, how did he not use the scholar's brain? I want him to use his brain, if he has any understanding about the hadith like he's claiming, to let me know what word in Arabic did you associate with the baby girl?
You're not listening. Okay.
I'm asking you a question.
You're saying that it doesn't say baby girl.
Asking you a question. Give me.
Answer your question.
No, don't answer me a question, but asking me a question.
Don't be a jahil, seriously.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Because you're a woman, and that's what Allah says, but I don't believe that. But listen.
Rich, please don't do this.
Nargis,
Engage honestly, and you know what? I know this.
I am trying to answer the question, but she's deficient in mind and she's not listening.
Okay, then shut the hell up. Then tell me what is there.
Because she menstruates. That's what Allah.
Oh yeah, we're deficient. You're the most efficient. So tell me efficiently. Tell me efficiently. What is the word that you associate? Oh, he's just ranting. Like I don't even
Let him run and stop at some point, right? You can tackle. I don't
Alright, so I'm trying to explain to you. You said what word in Arabic does it say, baby girl or little girl?
Yeah.
Or baby. I'm telling you, I don't give a shit what you say.
Okay, then shut up then. If you can't deconstruct the hadith with me, then be quiet and sit down.
Nargis, does this not make any sense?
Why are you not deconstructing the hadith with me in Arabic?
Why are you interjecting?
Move on.
He's probably 70, 80 years old and been studying it since he was a baby.
Why are you
Because he's not being
He
an
has like a
honest
fucking, he has like a doctorate.
Let's call it out.
And he's telling us in English that it says the newborn baby girl in both, and some ladies, some rando.
No, it doesn't say that. It says the one that ordered the killing of the baby. Yes, that's what it says. No, it doesn't say that. It says the other one. No, it doesn't. Nope, it doesn't say that.
Will go to hell.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that.
They pissed me upon him.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Narrators. Great Sagi Al-Albani.
I can't click on his profile. It kicks me out.
He's been completely disrespectful to our prophet.
Don't be like that, Rich. We can have a good argument.
Who the hell is he? Kick him out. My mom is getting angry. Me listening to this garbage, Bukwas.
Yeah.
Mom, because he's making. Let him. Yes, somebody kick him out.
I know how to get around his.
Cora, thank you so much.
How do you get around that thing? That
Yeah, how do you click through to his profile? Just hold it till the contextual menu comes up.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he was making good points.
Oh, he wasn't.
I mean, that's a very.
No, he wasn't.
Like,
Listen,
very
I
polemic arguments.
The thing
It's
is,
not
like,
new, this argument.
it's not new at all, but the thing is that, like, I don't even see why it's problematic.
Doesn't
God
seem like
in
why you? Yeah, but that's not the God of the
Old
Quran.
Testament is even worse. No,
He's not a bad God in the Quran.
Wait, hold on. I mean,
He's a just God.
were there not innocent children in Sodom and Gomorrah?
There's also, it's what.
I mean, you're telling me two major cities did not have children?
And Sodom and Gomorrah story is not the Bible, I think.
No, I know, yeah, there's more from the Bible. I agree with you on that, like the genocide of the Amalekites and the.
No, only one you
clearly
could.
doesn't. No, but
Only
even,
one you
even,
could
hold
from
on.
the Quran would be the Khidr story.
That one too, yeah. So clearly there's, I mean, Sodom and Gomorrah is a big one too. We're talking about two major cities in the region, as described, and completely being obliterated. Yeah, there would be children. Come on. So, including like potentially newborns, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's clearly, I don't know why this is problematic for Dr. Z. Yes,
It is problematic because
the Abrahamic God, as described by every tradition, does kill kids.
it is problematic because Quran says and when the girl buried alive is asked since she was killed. At the Kuir, it's 81, 8 and 9, it says, when the girl buried alive is asked for what sin she was killed. So, hello, Quran is in direct contradiction with this stupid understanding of the hadith, which is not what it's saying.
Understanding of that, that's exactly
Yeah.
what's up.
No, it doesn't say that.
Dr. Z, my Arabic might not be the best, but I can read it.
Listen, Dr. Z, this is a very famous polemical argument they bring up, and it's true that the hadith does talk about the child. So you can say the hadith issue. You can just call it for all the time. But the thing is, you guys don't have the guts to do that.
Well, there are two things. There are two things. There are two things.
Something that is wrong.
Either the hadith is problematic. Either the hadith is problematic if the hadith is in contradiction with the ayah, right? Or the hadith is mistranslated.
Mistranslated. You need to look at how the hadith
is mistranslated.
Problematic.
It's not mistranslated.
It is mistranslated then.
No, it isn't.
Quiet.
On what basis are you saying it's
How
mistranslated?
many hadiths will you call mistranslated?
Can you please read it to me in Arabic and tell me what's wrong about it?
Just call it
out. Come on, we'll read it together.
Because the word
Why don't you
that
start?
is, huh?
Well, why don't you start? What word is problematic?
I don't know, but sometimes you stand by truth.
No, the problematic part is that the word mu'addada, I think mu'addada is translated as infant. Versus does it mean the person who called for the burial, like the person who ordered it? So there's part of the translation it could possibly mean this, because it can't be the infant in the hellfire, because the Quran.
Well, it is. It can't be the hadith is there. Yes, the hadith is wrong. Call out the hadith, but you can't do it because it needs guts to do things like that. Call out Ibn Rajab, call out the technique. There's so many other ways in which like history has reached us. It doesn't have to be this particular way. Like live in the pursuit of truth. Call it out. Mahdi does it. He has his own method. Why are you stuck with it?
No, I'm saying there could be two things. Any hadith that is in contradiction with the Quran is obviously discarded, right? That's my first rule.
This is why. Then what went wrong with the way they were marking this Sahih? Why did they mark it? Something is off with the technique.
Hold on. What does Mark say? How do you know it's Mark Sahih?
Because it's a Sahih hadith. You think this is the first time I'm hearing this polemical argument?
How is this a Sahih hadith? It's not a. Hold on.
Bukhari, bro.
It's a Bukhari hadith?
Yeah, I think so. Muslim or Bukhari?
No.
Which one is it? Got this many mentioned. You can either call out the one who narrated it, you can say that, I don't know, I really think Ibn Rajab is a very problematic position. I think the usuli method, like rational method of aligning it with the Quran, if it doesn't align with the Quran, toss it out, that's how Shiites do it. Like, use other people's techniques. People have figured out that.
What do you mean other people's technique? We know that anything that is in contradiction with the Quran is a problem. What did I say the first time I heard like this understanding is called is it contradiction? I said
the Sunnis reject that method.
No. My hadith teacher taught me this, that any hadith that is in contradiction with the Quran has to be graded accordingly. Even if it's mentioned
And
this,
the
that.
And the line?
It could be questioned, because if the hadith is in contradiction, then no, excuse me, we're not. This is a Shafi'i teacher, and he's not a Shia.
You know how important a chain is for Ilm Rijal? Why is it called the science of men? Because you're seeing the line of men that are transmitting it.
No, not necessarily. Sometimes there is a problematic.
I'm telling you the technique that is used.
Sometimes there's a problem. I know, but sometimes in the line there could be a person whose memory is messed up, or who is known to have weak memory, or a character.
questionable
How can
character,
you tell that?
or if this person
How
is
can you
not
tell
a,
that?
if this person is not even a salaf or tabi'in, he's someone, 3-4 generation who heard from his dad, who heard from his dad. So you have to see exactly the source. Like I know Rijal does that. That's the job for them to report accuracy, but it is what it is. Sometimes if it's in contradiction to the Quran, then you gotta take that as the main critique. Like you gotta take that as the main argument that this hadith is in contradiction with the Quran because it is twice, two ayahs I gave you that contradicts it. One ayah is the one that no other soul will bear another soul's burden, and then Allah asked the buried alive girls, what sin were they buried for? So those are verses in the Quran. What does that tell you? That tells you that this.
Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. Okay. It is Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. Hadith. The woman who buries the baby girl alive and the girl who's buried alive are both in hellfire. Okay. So this is a very common polemical argument that most people use against hadith corpus. These are famous debates also have.
Sunan Abi Dawud collects all sorts of hadith. They are not necessarily sahih. They are also
By the way, I looked at
questionable.
What Mawudatu means, the ones that were buried alive.
Yes. This is a famous, like, so many debaters use this against.
You can literally just take the Arabic text and put it all in.
Just go to YouTube and watch how many, like, debates have been done over this. Now, you're coming and saying this is not how it should be read. You're coming and saying this is so rich. He knows this weekend argument. He's heard it on YouTube. It's a very famous collector. The guy who calls it rich for you.
Okay, but that guy is just a trouble. He's not even good conversation.
This is a famous polemical freak-out argument.
The truth is, I think the Quranis, for all of their retardedness on some level, they expose a lot of really bad stuff.
Yeah, they can clean up all the shit, right? They don't need any of this.
But Ibn Dawud, Sunan Abi Dawud is not the Bukhari and Muslim standard level.
It's Sahih.
No, it's not. It's not Sahih. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The Sunan is Abi Dawud is Sunan Abi Dawud has all.
Has Hassan and it has.
What do you call that? What is that word?
What are you doing?
Now she's attacking the source. Do you see?
What are you doing?
Sunan Abi
Dawud. Why are you not attacking the source? This doesn't go with the Quran.
I'm saying
Sunan of the Shia and get rid of it.
I'm saying Sunan Abi Dawud is known for collecting all levels of hadith. It could be weak, it could be fabricated, it could be.
Look what she's doing. This is why I don't give a fuck about people.
Why? What do you mean? What am I doing? Already, you should know that if this is Sunan Abi Dawud, then you gotta be a little more careful, knowing where this hadith is coming from, because he's known for collecting everything.
Let's move on.
Under the sun.
We've done this. This has been going on for 5 years. This polemical.
Yeah.
Call it out and say
Let's move on to the free will in Gnosticism.
Yeah, this is really disturbing.
Recent checkpoint in August and.
Instead of saying you just call out the hadith and say it's pathetic.
Right.
No, but why would you not? Why would you not take the argument as is? Because both the arguments are valid. Sunan Abi Dawud is known for collecting all sorts of hadith, be it sahih, be it weak, be it fabricated. No, I'm just saying. So
it's not sahih then.
I don't know.
I say Abi Dawud made a mistake.
No, I'm saying he collected everything. He collected everything under the sun.
Let's take that into my head. Okay, listen, checkpoint. You see, this guy come in. Okay, let's say another Muslim guy come in. The conversation that Nargis is trying.
Don't blame it on the guy. He's just not the guy in Clubhouse. This is a very famous argument. This is a very famous debate on this hadith. This is not the first time.
Well, guess what? It contradicts the Quran, so it sets aside because it contradicts the Quran.
Yeah.
Okay, wisdom checkpoint. I have not finished. Okay, wisdom checkpoint. Now, the hikmah is like this. There is two parts of things. Which one comes first? The person you need to handle first, or the subject matters?
Which one first? The meaning, if the person is Muslim, you go for the subject matters. But if the person is non-Muslim, you go for the person first. That is the order or the list of order. Why? Because we want to get the hikmah of that. So maybe he is a Fir'aun, I can learn from him. But allowing him to make all the error because he's non-Muslim, that's where
the hadith is error. The hadith is error.
Sure. So if you put error,
well, the hadith pick on it,
sure.
pick on it, throw it out.
Okay.
Because it interferes with the justification.
Yeah, we don't check point. Sure. Let's say the hadith is error. Let's say the man is error. Which one I want to errorize first? I want to errorize the man first before the hadith.
Yeah, first you have to go after the man because that is the very
no, my point
that is the sequence of studying Marjan.
The sequence
first the chain, second perhaps the problem, perhaps the content, and the third is whatever.
If it's a Muslim, no, if it's because the vibration of start point, the lane is two different lane or three. One is Muslim, one non-Muslim. That means the conversation, even he said, I know how to. He said something, he said something, this guy, Tito guy, he says something about, I know about.
It's not Tito, who cares? Tito is making an argument which has been made 5 million times before.
Okay, I looked it up. Can I say something?
Yeah.
I looked it up. It's saying, actually, this particular hadith, the scholars differed over both its chain, isnad, and its meaning, matan. So the scholars already had problems with this hadith. So it's considered either one of the weak hadiths.
Since when?
What do you mean, since when?
Since when does the scholars have problems with it?
That's what it says.
Since they started debating on it, I know.
Some early hadith scholars considered part of its chain itself.
It's also removing hadith.
But
you can actually go on
many scholars criticized it because it appears to contradict stronger Quranic principles.
How old is this criticism?
It is considered a weak hadith. So shut the hell up, bring in weak hadith and be like, oh, look at this hadith. Sit down. It's a weak hadith. It is a weak hadith. It is by interpretation and both by us.
Yeah.
So sit down.
Suddenly it became weak after years.
I'm sorry. That's what it said on this.
Can we move on?
Yeah, but you guys are like, how excited you guys get when one obnoxious person brings up a weak hadith, the level of excitement that trails within you.
Why would I have that? Why would I have
level of excitement that oh my god hits to the roof, to the next level that you guys
You can
want
say Benny is motivated. Why would I do?
No, shut up. You instigate that.
You can say Benny may be motivated. Why am I motivated? Why would I get happy?
Any idiotic person comes up and gives you a hadith, and you'll be like, yo.
Shame on you.
Your excitement
Shame
level
on you to be who will never ever appreciate you. Shame on you, Steve. Disgusting.
The level of excitement that runs to your blood when you hear a weak hadith.
So what's excited? Call out a fucking hadith. The
audacity to bring a weak hadith and be like, we got this. We know what we're talking about.
Hey, listen, you took your
The
audacity to bring a weak hadith and everybody else gets on that bandwagon. Look at that.
Okay.
Bandwagon? What do I get from it?
Please.
What do I get from it?
Question.
I was waiting for you to be honest. I was hoping you'd be honest.
Stop the honesty. Stop the honesty drum.
47-17. Okay, 47.
No, you're dishonest. Benny Adam, did you not see this?
Yeah. Bring another weak hadith and dance around it. Dance around it.
I'm doing it now.
Bring another weak hadith and do
You're fucking religion. I don't care.
Please. Okay, the hikmah here. You see the hikmah?
There's no
okay,
hikmah.
you look at
Hikmah is like.
Okay, hang on first. Okay, the hikmah is this.
People die to save their religion and they don't.
Let's imagine this. 47-17. God look at 47-17. God look at that moment. Wow, there is this now. There's this soul. There is everybody in the room. I'm going to jump this person into the room. That's the plan, God's plan. Why? Use all this on the Satan.
He's just
I'm not saying he's got fault. You can't.
He's just another guy on the app.
And I get excited every time he brings a weak hadith.
Yeah, that's my point.
It was
this is
never
why-
weak.
It is weak. Okay, confirm. GPT confirmed it. Any you put it in the AI, it'll give you a synthesis of what this. It already sounded a problematic.
Yes, you're getting sources from Muslim websites that like confirm modernism.
Bro,
let's just fucking move on. We all know this shit.
Next time you get upside down.
Muslim, Christian, like polemics.
I'll tell you what they say.
Alas,
Let's see. What's the hadith number? Let's see.
41:17.
Yeah, 41:17, right? Okay, 41:17. Now, hang on, everybody. When you look at that 41:17, because God look at it, this is good to spike everybody, to splash everybody. Some of you can be splashed.
There's always someone else.
47:17. Sorry, 47:17.
That's precisely 4717. That's what I'm saying. God is looking at 4717. You're going to be the one going to splash. Nagas will be splashed with cold water. Zokazini will be splashed with warm water. Now the guy will warm hot water. But the same splash 14717. That means God's plan towards that one. So what will happen? We need to allow to have that run so that everybody gets splashed according to their coldness, whether it's warm, hot, or cold. So it's a splash thing, So that is the wisdom that I'm getting. That's why everybody need to really, hey, am I spiking or not? If I'm spiking, that means I don't get the benefit of the splash. I want to have that splash of cold water.
Always someone else's fault. It's from the outside. They did this to us. They are to blame. They are at fault.
No, tell me, why do you have this problem of bringing a weak hadith and you turn it around and make it like it's a solid argument against Islam? Why would you do that?
Many a times this was brought up. Okay, this hadith became a problem for Ibn Rajab. Scholars came out. You don't know the history of it. This what's his name? Benny? Who's the guy who came out and said Ibn Rajab is a flawed thing?
I don't know.
The guy who it wasn't Muhammad Hijab, it was the other fellow.
Yasir Qaldi?
Huh? Qazi,
Yasir
Qazi.
Yeah, that guy destroyed
Yasir Qazi came out and said this thing. Rijal is a fraud.
He destroyed the narrative. That's the thing. That's the narrative of the Sunnis. It's so like very binding. It's
Yasir Qazi
very
destroyed the whole corpus.
fake in a lot of ways. Like I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, can we move on?
Then most of some hadiths started to disappear. The debate ones from Sunnah. And some others were marked weak.
MBS had an interview where he said like, yeah,
he said he wanted to clear out the hadith. He wanted to wipe it out. That's why when Sunnis come on here, I tell them, time to clear up. Time to clean up.
Okay, anyway, so free will in Gnosticism.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So what did you come to? What did you find?
I found something very interesting. They have an interesting way of looking at free will, right? It's not libertarian free will. Okay? It's not like because libertarian free will in and of itself is quite, sorry to say, it's a little bit retarded. Because it has no causal freaking it has no causal change. It doesn't even take causality into consideration, right? It says that it makes free will an ontology in and of itself, right? Like co-creating, co-working, that kind of a thing.
Well, so the free will would be associated with the spiritual realm.
Right.
Or at the very least the like the realm of the soul. Yeah. So, but the thing is that there is the determinism in the material world, but not inherently. It's just as a result of
like a cosmic
creation of the archons.
Yeah, like a cosmic thing, right? I mean,
there's some aspect of fate involved, but it's just for the material realm. The whole point of Gnosticism is to break out from that, right? Through gnosis.
Correct.
So, inherently, you actually do have free will. You're just being conditioned to believe that you don't.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, give me a sec. Give me 1 minute. So there's something called like cosmic determinism, okay? Which is Hermamine. And there is the tripartite division of humanity, or the three costs, right? And I think it's a very interesting concept. It still holds the hierarchy though. Can you look into it so that I can come back?
All of those points, but I don't think he's a bad person whatsoever. And the last thing I'd want to do is say that he's a malign influence on anything.
I don't think anybody's accusing you of anything. So just to be clear,
It's kind of weird because it's like, we're trying to have a debate about like these psychological things, right? And multiple people are jumping in and like being like, oh, well, and we're talking about people outside of ourselves who have psychological disorders. We're not talking about ourselves. We're trying to debate. And, you got people just being like, oh, yeah, well,
I can't finish.
Oh, you didn't finish?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really didn't. I mean, I don't understand why there's necessity to have to redirect. I mean, if I'm not involved in if I'm not involved in the debate, if what I'm saying is not attributing to the debate, I don't know why you're responding to it or trying to counter it. Did Coco run away from me?
Yeah, she left.